Good evening, everyone. It's 6 p.m. I'm calling the meeting to order. At this time, I'm reading up, we're fine. We will now stand for a moment of reflection, and the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag will be led by Luke Graham.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty. Before we move to adopt the agenda, we are pulling items from the consent calendar to the discussion action calendar. 17A1, 17A4, 17A6, 7, and 8, 17A11 and 12, 17A 15 and 16, 17B2, I feel like I should yell bingo, 17B3 and 17D4. D as in David. Yes.
And these are all to discussion action.
They're moved all to discussion action. So with that being said, we had roll call already. Do we have the adoption of the agenda as amended?
Move adoption of the agenda as amended.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mrs. Bartow seconded it. Any discussion? All those in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. It is a 6-0 vote. Mrs. Black is absent. Adoption of the minutes of August 27th. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Mrs. Floor moved approval. Second?
Second.
Ms. Anderson seconded it. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 6-0. Then we have Ms. Olson.
Yes, thank you very much, President Matoye, board members, Superintendent Navarro, and cabinet and guests. This is another exciting time for us. I know at our last meeting, we had the opportunity to introduce all of our new principals. And at this meeting, we want to introduce to you our assistant principals who began the school year with us. So they are no longer rookies for us because they've been here for a few weeks. So we're going to hold them to that. But we'll get started. If I'm going to ask Nina Glassen if she could join us and come to the podium. As she approaches, let me share with you just a little bit about Nina. Nina has over 20 years of experience in education and has an extensive and very deep understanding of curriculum, instruction, and assessment. And she actually began her career as a high school history teacher. She has served as an instructional coach, and most recently, she was a curriculum specialist. She's been instrumental in developing a history social science curriculum, literacy interventions, as well as providing professional development for teachers. Her most recent assignment was in Capistrano Unified, but as a resident of Costa Mesa and having her two students who attend her children, our students, who attend our schools, that it's like she's coming home to us as well and is ready to serve the community at Costa Mesa High School.
Hi there. Good evening, President Matoye and board members, Dr. Navarro, and executive cabinet, and distinguished guests, and student representatives, and the community. I am very excited to be joining the administrative team at Costa Mesa High School as a new assistant principal. And the main reason why I'm so excited to be joining NMUSD is that I live in the community, and I have for over 20 years now. I have an 8th grader at Ensign, and I have a junior and a senior at Newport Harbor High School, and I'm just so excited to be serving the community that I live in. Since joining the administrative team at Costa Mesa High School, I've had the opportunity to get to know the staff, to get to know the students and families, and I really couldn't be happier. Since joining the team, I've worked with the instructional team to create a coaching vision for the school, as well as diving headfirst into the WASC process with our visitation coming at the end of the month. I look forward to a great year of continued learning as I support the families and students of the Mesa community. I'm really excited. Tonight, I have my husband Eric joining us in the back there, and my daughter Isabel, my junior, and my other two are off with activities, but I'm very excited, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And if we could have Jeanette Ruley come up to the podium. Jeanette is joining us from the community of Carpentrina Unified School District, where she has served as 4 years as an assistant principal. So she brings an experience level that will be very, very helpful as she joins us in Newport Mesa. During her tenure, she led the site-level development of positive behavior intervention systems, or PBIS. She was actually the district AVID director during her time as an assistant principal, helped and assisted on district attendance committees. So she does have a depth of experience in secondary education. And she also has the unique experience of serving as a WASC chair. So we welcome her as she comes to join Mike Wagner at Back Bay Monte Vista.
Yay.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, Leona. Thank you, Board President Metoyer. Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Thank you, board members, executive cabinet. I feel very lucky, very honored to be here and to be serving Newport Mesa Unified this school year. With me tonight is my husband, Brian Ruley. He's all the way in the back there. And I've been having a really good time at Back Bay. Everyone that I've met so far has said, you know, Back Bay is such a special place. It's my favorite place, favorite campus to visit, and I couldn't agree more. Something that I shared in my interview process is that I had 3 siblings that were at continuation high schools when we were all kids. And so I consider all of my students already, you know, a huge part of my family, and I'm taking into account all of their very unique needs, apart from academic needs, definitely their social and their emotional needs. And Principal Wagner has been amazing. He's been such a huge support system, and you know, an amazing co-admin as well. And I appreciate him, and I appreciate the community so far. And I'm equally as excited as Nina to be here this school year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if Annalisa Swartz could join us. As Annalisa's making her way up, I'll share with you that she has 15 years as an educator in multiple roles. She actually began her career as an elementary teacher working with mild mod special education students, as well as general education students. Most recently, she has served within the Orange Unified School District, both as a elementary special education program coordinator, and the most recent assignment was an assistant principal of 2 schools. So imagine that parallel universe she was living in. She coordinated state testing, facilitated professional development for teachers as well as instructional aides. She too led her school in building a positive school climate to support her students. And so we welcome her. I know that her principals are very excited to have her at Mariners and Newport Heights.
Fabulous.
Good evening, Board President Metoyer, members of the board, Dr. Navarro, Executive Cabinet, and esteemed guests. I'm honored to be the new assistant principal at Mariners Elementary and Newport Heights Elementary for the 2019-2020 school year. I look forward to serving these 2 communities and have already experienced the high caliber teachers, amazing parents, and enthusiastic students we have at both schools. I'm also thankful for this warm welcome that I've received from fellow administrators and district staff. This gracious gesture has shown the culture of kindness within Newport Mesa, and I'm thrilled to be part of such a positive educational environment. I look forward to partnering with you and the greater Newport Mesa community to support our students with their academics, behavior, and social emotional learning. Tonight, I brought my support system, my husband, Ryan, our son, Harrison, and my parents, Sam and Nancy.
Oh, cool.
Thank you again for this opportunity to serve as an administrator in the Newport Mesa Unified School District.
Thank you so much for being here. That's it. Well, welcome all of you. We are thrilled to add you to our administrative teams, and we can't wait to pop in and see you when we're out and about looking at all the good stuff going on at your schools. And thank you so much. We agree with you. We have a phenomenal culture and great teachers and wonderful kids and fabulous parents. So now you're part of the terrific awesome administrators. Let's be illiterate. So thank you again very much. All righty, now we get the exciting time to have our student board member reports. This year we have brand new, as we do every year, student board members, and this is their first board meeting. So board members, what's going to happen is 9 out of 10 times, I will be calling on the board member that's sitting on the dais first, and then typically I just go right down the line of where you are. Unless somebody's got a burning something that wants to go first, just kind of signal me. But we're all good. So, Luke, you may begin.
Hi, this is my first time on the dais. Hi, everybody. I hope you're having a great evening. I'm here representing Early College High School. And I'll just get started on my report. So our academic, well, actually, you know what? I'll tell you something about myself first. I'm president of ASB, a senior at my school, and this is my first time in one of these meetings. That's pretty much it. Early college. Okay, so let's get going. Academically, during the second week of school, over 43% of our 10th and 12th grades received the principal's honor roll certificate for attaining a 3.5 GPA or higher, unweighted, of course. This accomplishment raised the school-wide GPA from 3.23 the previous school year to a 3.26, which is the highest achieved by our school ever. So big whoop to them. Athletic-wise, we don't do any sports, so that's that. Our first house competition, because our school is divided into houses like Harry Potter, our first house competition was just a few weeks ago, and during it we inducted our 72 new freshmen, which is the largest class we have, into their houses. They're all sea themed. It's narwhals, sea dragon, barracudas, or stingrays. Go Sea Dragons. It went really, really well. I got to oversee that. I've been emceeing these events forever, but I finally am passing the mic down to someone else because I'm about to leave. So it went actually really smoothly, and this week is Spirit Week, leading up to our second house competition, which is going really well. A lot of participation, all that. We also had a really well-attended back-to-school night on August 29th, where a lot of people visited. We had a lot of new parents join the PTSA. Our PTSA involvement is unbelievable this year, and that went really well. A couple of events we have upcoming are our UC Irvine and Cal State Fullerton representatives. Will be coming to hold college admission presentations for our 11th and 12th grade, but only avid students. I mean, maybe you can slip in if you're not, but I'm not sure about that. Both schools represent the top two universities ECHS graduates enroll from post-secondary education, which is really cool. Our ASB will be hosting the first dance of the school year. We only have 3 dances, so that's big news for us, which will be our welcome back blacklight dance at our own school. Super fun. In ASB, we've been making the blacklight wall covers by throwing paint at black surfaces. Other than that, lastly, we are very honored to be receiving for the first time ever our PBIS Platinum Level Award for 2019. This school year is our 4th year as a PBIS school, where we will have collectively made strides in creating a positive school culture, in establishing interventions and support for social, emotional learning and mental health at ECHS, which has been quite a journey, but we're doing great with mental health and everything like it. That's me.
Thank you, Luke. Carolyn?
Good evening. My name is Caroline Brewster, and I am the ASB President and Student Board Representative for Corona Del Mar High School. For an academic update, classes are back into full swing, and teachers are doing a phenomenal job of offering students academic and emotional support. We implemented a new site-wide citizenship policy this year. The Academy of Global Studies graduated 52 students this past June, and we have 40 new freshmen this year. Over the summer, the Academy won the Legacy Award for sustained and outstanding efforts to end the global water crisis. Performing Arts and Multimedia Academy, PAMA, graduated a total of 30 seniors last year and will begin to enroll freshmen next semester. As for athletics, the football team has gone into the year with a 4-0 record. The starting lineup is one of the best CDM has seen in years. During our first Kings Crew game, girls tennis played Palos Verdes last week, and close to 100 fans came out to support at our home tennis courts. Battle of the Bay girls volleyball was also last Thursday, and we won 3-0. As for recent events that occurred at our school, construction on our new fields are underway. Students and athletes are very excited to see the finished product in the upcoming year. The drama department just had tryouts for the fall production Puffs, and the play is set to be performed in early November. As for upcoming events, we just started student forums that address issues on campus. They will occur once a month, and one student from each class will be represented and sent to a discussion split up by 9th and 10th and 11th and 12th graders. This month's forum was on sources of stress, and next month's meeting will be about an action plan on how we can reduce stress on campus. And our next largest event, which is next week, is a college fair that will consist of 50 or more colleges.
Thank you. Catherine?
Hello. Good evening, President Matoye, members of the board, Dr. Navarro, Executive Cabinet, student board members, and distinguished guests. My name is Catherine Pham, and I am the Junior Student Representative for Costa Mesa High School. I am pleased to present the following updates on academics, athletics, and activities. This year, CMHS has a record-breaking amount of juniors in AP Calculus AB. To add to this, we are also offering AP Statistics for the first time. For athletics, girls cross country, senior Diane Molina received first place with the fastest overall time at the Rosemead Invitational on September 7th. Today was our volleyball league opener versus Santa Ana, and football has started off their season with a 2-1 record. September 9th through 13th was our Suicide Prevention Week, and we passed out yellow ribbons to spread awareness, and we also decorated the senior quad also to spread awareness and to help those in need of emotional support. For WASC, Mesa staff and students are preparing for the upcoming visit the end of this month to receive accreditation. Club Rush, coming up September 26th, is a lunchtime event that allows students in clubs to recruit other students and expand upon their clubs. Not to mention, they fundraise by selling food. Tomorrow is senior planning night, in which seniors and their parents may learn about the admissions process and financial aid for college. And this wraps up my update. Thank you all for having me.
Thank you. Kenya?
Okay, so hi, I'm Kenya Rocha, and I'm representing Estancia High School, and I'm currently a senior there. Yeah. Okay, so for our academic update, we welcome 3 new teachers to our campus: Mrs. Fulmer, Mr. Rizza, and Mr. Rivas. Ms. Fulmer is our new world history teacher. Mr. Rizza is our Project Lead the Way teacher, and Mr. Rivas is our sports med and our athletic trainer. For the sports update, our sports are doing pretty good this year, and football is currently getting ready for our upcoming homecoming game versus Mesa. And for events that happened, the week before school started, Link Crew had a welcome day for all the freshmen, and 60 juniors and seniors got their 12 Link kids, and they showed them around campus and led them to what classrooms they were going to have, and if they had any problems to contact us. Also, ASB is getting ready for our homecoming dance, and events that are going to happen is Club Rush, and more than 30 clubs are in our campus currently, and more coming up because, yeah. And also the PSAT and the ASVAB is going to be on October 16, which is for all the juniors to take. PSAT is pretty explanatory, but the ASVAB is an aperture for their careers, and they have to take it if they aren't ready to go to college. It's to see where they want to go, career-wise, and that's it.
Thank you. And Bailey.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bailey Bogard from Newport Harbor High School. I'm also a junior this year. So the first academic update that we have is that our school adopted the IB Diploma program pretty long ago, and we went from 10 students from the junior class last year to 38 in the program this year, so a big jump in how many students we have in the program. These students have a set academic pathway for the next 2 years, and they have an extended essay that's due in the beginning of senior year next year. For an athletic update, girls volleyball Battle of the Bay against CDM occurred last week, and it was a big success for ASB. Posters were made and projected. Also, our social media is going pretty well as we update our academic games or our athletic games every single Monday for the whole entire week. So it's able to see, and it's also highlighted, so any student, any teacher or parent can also view that instantly. For recent events, freshman orientation and the first day of school went very well. We recently started up the Linked Crew program, similar to that of the other school, Estancia. We just started that, and there were over 600 freshmen at this orientation, so we have a big class of freshmen this year. And at this event, there were 120 Linked Crew leaders, juniors and seniors, and on the first day of school, there were over 200 people with student leadership shirts showing around every single freshman, first day and second day, because different classes for block schedule. Also, college visits occurred last week and will continue to occur this week. There are about 4 colleges every day in our library during break and lunch, and you can just go there 10 minutes and they just tell you a little bit about their college admissions process, and then you get to sort of count it in on their website that you went there. And upcoming events that will occur, the performance of Cross Your Heart will be put on by the drama department this upcoming weekend, and the weekend after that. We have about 7 days of performances, so 7 days to have a good fundraising opportunity for the drama department. And the very important part about Cross Your Heart is that it includes professional actresses and actors embodied with the students of our campus. So we have 3 students performing, and then 5 professional actors and actresses from South Coast Repertory. And it's a great opportunity for the drama department to fundraise, as well as for the drama students to learn a lot about what they want to go into, since a lot of them are seniors. And Club Rush is also happening this Thursday at lunch, as close to 90 clubs have been approved, a big jump from 30 last year.
And in order to become a club, you have to complete 3 charity events throughout the whole year, keep up with minutes and everything like that. And you have to have at least 2 meetings a month. And the last thing is that auditions are starting up for the student production of Peter and the Starcatcher tomorrow. 12 significant roles will be played, and close to 100 people will be working on set. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent job, everyone. Mrs. Snell.
So what happened to Back Bay?
Their student had backed out, and then they're they're selecting a new student.
Okay.
Sorry.
I just wondered.
Yes, they're not left out, Mr. Wagner, and,
I think he left, but.
okay, they are working on it.
Okay,
The
good.
team.
They're missed, yeah.
They are very much missed. So we are hopeful that at our next meeting, we have our Back Bay rep. So thank you all very much. All righty, next we have our Harbor Council PTA, Mrs. Lank.
Thank you. Good evening, President Matoye, board members, Dr. Navarro, cabinet, and guests. Harbor Council's had its first association meeting on September 9th, and I'm very pleased to let you know we had many new PTA presidents in attendance. It's wonderful having eager, passionate, caring people to support our students in our communities. And Harbor Council membership, as of September 13th, we had 781 members on our totem only. That's the total of totem only. And 12 schools are up and running on this new membership site. Our grand total membership is $1,201, or 201 people, members, and it's not even the end of September, so I'm pretty excited about that. I get emails saying, Totem, you know, such and such school has reached 100 members. So I don't know if you guys have used the Totem and you've got the renewal thing already? No?
No.
I just have a question on it.
Uh-huh.
Have they now been able to link all the schools into one payment, or do you have to still go by school by school?
School by school.
Okay,
As far as I
And-
know, school by school.
How do we get there?
it's really easy.
I know, but how do we get there? How does one go to Totem in order to join a PTA?
Jointotem.com.
Thank you.
And then it'll have the different schools that are up. There's 12 schools that are up and running right now. We're still working with the new boards and everything.
Too.
Pardon
Totem
me?
like Totem
Last
pole.
year he only had 10 last year, right?
Right.
increased it
We're
too.
slowly but surely.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And our Harbor Council membership incentives. We're really thrilled to announce that this year we have a number of membership incentives, but I'll only share with you one of them right now, is our October. October is our Student Rule Award. Units that have students representing at least 25% of their membership total by October 31st will be entered into a drawing to win $200 for high school student scholarships. And for middle school and elementary schools, they'll receive $200 for student enrichment opportunities or supplies. So that's our October one. And then we have a number of them throughout the year. And then College and Career Night is October 16th from 6:30 to 8:30 at OC Fair Events Center. This is open to 7th and 12th graders. There will be 150 schools represented, colleges represented there, and free shuttle buses are available. And Harbor Council has been very busy lining up all the fabulous volunteers needed in order to create such a fantastic event. Also, our parent education series, the district has come up with the parent education series, and it's all scheduled. And I've taken the liberty to put copies up there for you. Yeah. We are starting our first session on October 2nd in both the morning and the evening at the Harper Center. The topic of behavioral strategies for elementary students will be presented by the Newport Mesa Unified School District autism specialists. Now, on to our reflections. The theme for 2019-2020 program year is Look Within. And before the end of the school year last year, Harbor Council promoted this so that it enabled the students to get started during the summer on their fantastic masterpieces. And in closing, California State PTA has announced its support of AB 842, which is the prevention of hungry preschoolers. So, end of report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful audience today. All righty. And now we come to our reports section. Mr. Holcomb, you're up first.
Thank you, President Matoye. Ada Zaresny will be coming up to the podium. She has a little presentation that she can walk us through. It was a very, very busy summer for the district this year, and a very successful one. In addition to our air conditioning projects at 7 schools quick funny on that. Ada was saying after all the nail biting up to the first day of school to make sure that we were ready, she was actually kind of glad it was a little bit warm that first day because we were ready for it to be warm. But she had quite a few things going on. Mr. Bidnick from our Maintenance and Operations Department is here tonight as well. He doesn't have any slides, but he can give you a quick update about some of the things that they did this summer. Ada?
Good evening, President Matoye, board members, Dr. Navarro, Executive Cabinet, and guests. Welcome. So we're going to go over the projects that we completed over the summer and then just give you a little preview of what we're working on moving forward, which is why it's Summer Projects and Beyond. I wanted to start quoting Toy Story when I saw that. So, of course, the big push for the summer was the air conditioning projects, and we had 7 schools that we had air conditioning improvements in. And so you can see the list here: Back Bay, Ensign, Harborview, Mariners, Newport Heights, Newport L, and Whittier. And so this is the most campuses we've done in a summer. In the past, there's been 3 or 4, and Dr. Navarro was extremely motivated, so he put us to the test, and we got 7 done. So here's just a little bit background information to see what we've accomplished. The 7 projects were totaling about $21 million. We had 58 days to complete that construction. There were a total of 74 contracts and purchase orders to accomplish that task. 6 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and of course the middle school basically means 2 elementary schools, so that's about 8 schools for us. There's 192 classrooms that we touched, 5 administration buildings, and I like to round up, so about 600 students that received 6,000, students who received air conditioning this year. So, yes, like Tim said, we were excited that it was warm, definitely. We had interim measures put in place. We had portable air conditioning units ready to go just in case things didn't work out. But we're very pleased with how we were able to accomplish those projects.
We are too.
Thank you. Corona Del Mar High School, as you know, we have 2 sports fields projects happening. One is the primary field, and it has the artificial track around it, and the main football field. In addition to that, we're doing a secondary field, and everything is going well. The contractor is great. We've been moving along. We're on schedule for the project. Our commitment is that the project will be ready for graduation next year. So I told everybody at the school site, nothing but graduation, not practice before, just graduation. So trying to be real clear. But everything is looking great, no hiccups so far, so we're moving right along. The security fence, so as you know, both Corona Del Mar High School and Ensign are receiving our security fencing, and this is the much more elaborate implementation of security fencing, and so both of those projects have already been DSA approved. We are working through a couple of steps to get those out to bid. We have looked at them to make sure that we're going to get our best value of those. So you had seen previously our request to go out to advertise and award for these. We've now decided to come back to you and ask to do them together so that we get a better contractor who can manage more and more efficiency. So we think we're going to get better pricing by combining the 2 projects. And since they're on the same schedule, it makes sense. It's like work. So we're going to combine those 2 projects. The project overall is really the security fencing itself is really to recapture all of the district's property and let our students benefit from that. So rather than have a ton of dress lawns out there that don't really benefit our students during the academic day, we're really enclosing those areas so that they have outdoor learning environments. We are working with both the sites. We are also working with Newport Beach Police Department, since of course this is Newport Beach sites, to work through all of those things. Our next step, in addition to the bidding itself, is we have community meetings happening at CDM next Monday and Ensign on Tuesday. And so we've invited the community to participate. The school site has sent out the flyers to their students and parents. We've sent it out to residents within 500 feet of the property line, of the school district property line. And so we expect to have a pretty healthy response to those meetings. And, but we're working collaboratively with the police department and our internal departments to make sure that we have all the measures in place that we need to operate the security fencing. Estancia High School Aquatic Center, as you know, this is broken into 2 increments. And I'll only talk about one right now because you have pulled the other item, and so we can talk about that more in the discussion. Increment 1, we strategically separated out increment 1 and increment 2 so that if there were any hiccups with increment 2, when increment was done, you had a fully functional, approved aquatic facility. So we had recaptured some scope that was originally in increment 2 so that the health department sign-off could occur. We had walls, we had fences, we had all of the appropriate mechanical and chemical rooms operational, so we could go ahead and open up the facility. So we're on schedule, and we're anticipating an open of February 1st.
Whoa, wow.
The Estancia High School Theater Complex, we have been in process on design with a site committee, and we also have the Citizens Oversight Committee overseeing this project with us due to the funding source being Measure F funds. And so we've been meeting with the school site, meeting with the planning committee, which is comprised of the theater program teachers. We have some outside community members as well, and then of course district staff and the architect. So we have gone through a pretty rigorous process, and again, you'll see this later in one of the other items that you have asked us to set off for discussion. Because we have gone through and reviewed all of the different available sites for the theater, it took us a little longer. We spent more time on evaluating, rather than 3 different locations on the campus, 5 locations. And then we narrowed it down to 2 of those. And so we even went even further with that design. So typically what would have been done in 2 months was about 3.5 months, but we feel like the location of it meets the goals, the objectives of the school site of having a new front door really is going to change the entire appearance of the school, and that was a big deal. In addition to that, we're meeting all the program needs, and if you recall, we are utilizing the same program that was developed back in the day for Newport Harbor High School Theater, Robbins Loads, for Corona Del Mar High School, and for Costa Mesa High School. So all the program needs will be met with the project, and we're basically at schematic design. We're looking at all the budgeting elements, and the other piece of the budget is once, when we originally developed the budget, we looked at what does it cost to build a building, a 350-seat theater with this program. You put a number to it. Well, then you go put it on a school site and you say, okay, what did we just displace? What do we have to add to the project to be able to accomplish this? So parking lot revisions, site work revisions. And in addition to that, because we are doing site security fencing at this project, we're going to incorporate the site security fencing with the same architect so that we have a very well-coordinated plan and we don't end up with this gorgeous building with this site security fencing that doesn't really go with it. We're also looking at incorporating just a little bit more beautification to the old pool area where we did the infill. We're incorporating that as well into this project to beautify that area. We met the goals of infilling it, making it a place that the school could have lunch, but we're going to beautify it a little bit. So this project has evolved quite a bit and absorbed a lot of additional scope, but it's going to be well worth it, well worth the time and the money that we're going to spend on this project, and I know Estancia appreciates it. And last night, we just had our COC, and we updated the COC on the meeting, on the progress. And we'll be coming to you next month with a full presentation on the design so far. Ensign Intermediate School bus garage demolition. So this is the first step of the site security fencing project, was really to demolish the bus garage. And so we had anticipated on getting it done over the summer. It lagged a few days. We started the demo on the Wednesday after school started. It's demolished now. We've safed off the area, and it is the first increment of what will end up being the site security fencing project. So we want to make sure we got that done as soon as possible. So here's just a rendering of, and that's the same area, okay? So if you go back, that's what it looks like before all the walls were down. And this is what that same area will look like when we build the second parking lot. So that parking lot is off Irvine Avenue and Coral. And so you'll see it's going to be much more aesthetically pleasing to the neighbors. We're going to be bringing a lot of parking back on site to our campus, which we all know that's been a huge concern of the community. So we'll be able to accomplish that. And really, it's following the model of design with CDM and everywhere else we go from here. You can see that the fencing, even though it's fencing, it's attractive fencing. We're not just slapping up chain link everywhere. We have nice pillars and pretty nice security fencing. Harper. So Harper's on here because the district had to shift a ton of internal special ed departments to be able to let the charter school move in. And so we had to move 4 different departments. So starting at Lindbergh, where our autism department went, preschool, who was already at Lindbergh, had to move out of the way. Then autism had to move there. And then we had to vacate all of the charter areas and move into other spaces in Harper. So we had in total preschool, autism, assessment, and the STEP program all had to move. We were notified on June 11th that we had to move all of these departments. The actual agreement to have Isaac move in and the district approve their agreement happened on June 21st. We had all of our internal departments moved out of their spaces so that the charter could move in on July 5th. So a lot of work, a lot of cooperation by the special ed department, and a lot of great positive attitude. So kudos to Sarah's team for just, it was amazing. So we really appreciate that. That's the only reason why it happened so well. So what we have done is made all these moves, made some modifications per the agreement with Isaac, and we've also established a boundary between our programs and their programs in the parking lot to allow them to have playground spaces and us continue to have parking spaces. There will be a next step of this, which is really to assess all the ADA parking requirements. So another project will move forward where we're going to have to go to DSA and formally implement ADA parking stalls. What's coming up? So just finished, and we're already starting our next group of projects. So we're working on air conditioning projects for the next year. And basically what we've already started doing is we've had our engineers go out and do a needs assessment. So we're looking at Costa Mesa High School, Newport Harbor High School, and Corona Del Mar High School. Now, Corona Del Mar High School is about 98% air conditioned in the realm of equity of the other school sites. There's about 2 classrooms in their arts area that don't have air conditioning that we'll add air conditioning to. So we've got those 3 on the list. And then we have already, even though we haven't started construction on the site security fencing at Ensign and CDM, we're already entering into contract with the architect for design of 5 additional sites. We have Davis, Costa Mesa High School, California, T-Winkle, and Back Bay. And then just remember, Estancia is also getting it as part of the theater project and incorporating it there. And then you'll see here, the next 2 projects on here, Costa Mesa tennis court fencing and Estancia tennis court fencing. We've been looking at those projects and have now decided that we are also going to incorporate those into the fencing projects. So we'll have a better turnout of contractors, more efficiency with our funding. So even though the Costa Mesa tennis court fencing, item is on the board to reject all the bids, that's part of the strategy. We're going to incorporate that with the site security fencing and get all the fencing project done at one time. And the same with, like I talked about, the Estancia tennis court fencing. We'll also incorporate that with the theater and all the other site security fencing. The Estancia Aquatic Center Increment 2, we'll talk about that a little bit more, but on tonight's, we have rejecting the bids for Increment 2 and rebidding those the Increment 2 work, and we can discuss that a little further later. Newport Heights parking lot, we had been on pause, not just because of our workload. Clearly, you have 4 people in your facilities department, and so we have quite a bit of work. But we were really looking at working with the city on making sure we had the most efficient plan. We've had temporary measures in place for that parking lot for a little while now. We've now looked at it again and are going to relocate some of the ADA stalls to increase the number of parking stalls within that parking lot. The flow of it will stay pretty much the same as it is today, but we'll be looking at increasing the number of stalls by relocating ADA stalls. The Newport Harbor High School kiln and courtyard renovation. So it originally started with Newport Harbor High School's kilns not working. We have one gas kiln that still works there. We looked to see what was equitable what we had at our other school sites. And in looking at that, really there had been a ton of requests from the school site for that courtyard area. If you're familiar with it, it just really hasn't had a lot of love lately. There are some major drainage issues there. So we're gonna go ahead and incorporate the courtyard renovation with the kiln project and just really beautify the space. Newport Harbor softball batting cage. Nothing really too exciting there. We're gonna build a batting cage. So we have plans put together now. We have a check ready to go to DSA. We'll be submitting those to DSA in the next 2 weeks. And then the Newport Harbor High School aquatic scoreboard and shade structures. So again, we know that the aquatic scoreboard wasn't working any longer. We had developed a standard that we were going to implement across the board based off of what we were installing at the Estancia High School Aquatic Center. We've now looked at what that is, where it needs to go. And so looking at that and identifying where the existing bleacher locations were, we really decided that in order to make the location proposed viable, that we really could put shade structures over some of the existing bleachers because long-term that would work for our ultimate plan of the school site. So I've met with Sean and Jack and they're well up to speed. They realize we're going to be putting shade structures as well as the scoreboard, so they were pleased with that. And that's my report.
Wow. There we go.
So-
I'm sorry, any questions?
Yeah, Mrs. Bartow.
Uh,
I'm sorry.
So I don't have any questions, just a bunch of thank yous and feedback from the community, good feedback. I knew that the day the bus garage went down at Ensign, I got a bunch of texts from people who live right around there, and they were like, what are they doing? And I'm like, they're taking it down there, and I was just bracing myself for
Yeah.
what the answer was going to be. And everyone was like, oh, thank you, we're so excited. So that was really great.
It was an eyesore.
Yeah, well, and so the community that lives around there is really happy.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And then for Ensign and Heights, it was cool to walk around, especially from Heights, but also from Ensign, and hear kids who walked outside that day and said, oh, I want to go back into school. On the first day of school, they wanted to go back because it was so hot outside versus being inside. So that was great.
That's the glory.
Yeah. And then I'm, as a water polo mom, I'm looking forward to the shade structures. My skin will thank you for sitting there for hours at the pool.
Great, thank you.
Anybody else? We're just thrilled.
Thank you.
We got a little tour and it was just amazing because as we were guided through looking at some of the stuff, we get insights and how much work it is, and I just shake my head and go, and that's just the facilities part.
Yeah.
We have maintenance going crazy all summer, too.
So all I do is create new projects for Lance to take care of.
All right, job security, love that, yeah.
Thank you, Otto.
Good evening, and thank you very much for allowing me to come up and talk to you all. Otto is a very tough act to follow, and the analogy I like to use with facilities and maintenance, a car analogy, is Otto gets to build the hot rods, I get to change the oil. So really hard. Even if I had slides, it'd be really hard to follow Otto on a presentation. So thank you for allowing me this opportunity. We were busy this summer really with the focus of maintenance, inventory, and assessments of our buildings and performing condition assessments. We had roofing contractors out all summer long doing a comprehensive inventory of all of our roofs, building maintenance, literally doing thousands of repairs on our roofs ahead of our rainy season. We've been doing inventory with our own staff, trying to build our comprehensive inventory of maintenance assets and maintainable items so we can develop long-range plans for maintenance work. Our staff was busy this summer. We had the Isaac Charter School that kind of fell on us, and our staff was amazing as far as picking up the slack and squeezing this into our busy summer schedule. We did a lot of painting, a lot of touch-ups, a lot of repairs, ceilings, walls, restrooms, flooring throughout the Harper campus. So our staff did an absolutely amazing job with that, working in close coordination with facilities and the busy work that they were doing over there as well. Newport Harbor weight room refresh. So the small weight room and the larger weight room have been in dire need of some attention. Our staff came together and really did a great job refreshing those areas. Our maintenance managers and maintenance staff went and did Williams inspections over the summer. So we were ahead of the county coming out and doing the county assessments. So by the time the county came out and did their Williams, I think we had 2 things that were a leaky toilet at Pomona. I think is about the only thing that we got written down on our Williams. So did a great job with the Williams inspections. We started our district-wide tree trimming and maintenance contract, so we went out to bid with that. We're going out and doing an inventory and creating an online database of all the trees that we have in our district, and we're going to create a 3-year tree maintenance plan. So we'll be on top of that for the next several years and updating that as we go. One of the great things that we've been doing over the past several years is converting our kindergarten playgrounds from the wood fiber to an artificial turf. And so we were able to show some of the trustees and some of our guests a couple of the playgrounds that we converted, where we take a foam and put artificial turf over. It creates a nice, safe landing for kids in our playgrounds, but it's very visually appealing. It gives a really nice kind of shock and awe when you see the playgrounds. Our plan is to continue converting the kindergarten playgrounds throughout the district. What I want to do is make sure that by the time we're coming back to the first playgrounds that we started doing a couple of years ago, we've already gone through the entire district. And so our plan is kind of aggressive catch-up. So we're in that place. So by the time we finish our last one, we'll be ready to start with our next one. In addition to that, we've been doing several maintenance contracts. We've been doing a lot of blacktop and parking lot maintenance, a lot of extensive repairs. Newport Harbor High School had a really bad parking area underneath the solar structure by the pool. We did a lot of sidewalk repairs, identified some tripping hazards, and spent about $500,000 on sidewalk repairs this summer alone. As I said, the roof maintenance work that we've done, we did some maintenance painting throughout the district. We did flooring in about 50 classrooms over the summer, plus our regular maintenance work, work orders catching up on work that we can't get to during the normal school year, all of our preventive maintenance, filter replacements for our HVAC units, and things like that. So it was a very busy summer for us as well.
And filter replacement is growing
Yes.
astronomically.
So.
Wow. Lots.
Yep.
Mrs. Fleur.
Lance, I just want to compliment you and your staff. Over the years, that's where we generally hear of complaints is I'm not getting my things taken care of, and I have yet to hear one teacher, one principal, or one individual say, they don't call back and I haven't gotten any help. You have been Johnny on the spot, and your staff needs to be commended for really working with everybody, from our community groups that have interactions with you to our students. It's been a phenomenal transformation, and compliments to you and the staff. I would like to see how you're talking about these long-range plans. I'd like, if we could get some sort of idea of a schedule of, we used to get those types of things, but.
Yes. This is one of the things, as we interviewed for this position, was outstanding about Mr. Bidnick's interview. He has put together these types of programs at other districts and had a very clear vision for this. He's been after it since he got here. Of course, he's also, as you've seen, taking care of day-to-day things and getting out there and spending money taking care of important things like sidewalks. And one of the things I love working with Mr. Bidnick is he has such a command of his budget and all of the aspects that go together that it really helps to put things like $500,000 in sidewalk repairs in a summer into context for all of us. So I understand exactly where you're coming from, Mrs. Fleur. He's working diligently on it. He's got folks out doing a lot of assessments. It'll be coming together, and I'm confident you will be very impressed when he has it all together for a presentation for you.
Thank you very much. Outstanding work.
Mrs. Bartow, there's a bunch.
Okay.
It's all good stuff.
Thank you. I was really enjoyed the tour that we did over the summer. It was really great to see that. The questions I had were regarding some playgrounds at elementary schools. Is that on the plan to do in the future, or is it just kindergarten playgrounds? And by that I mean the turf and the spongy.
So the primary playground areas. Right now, our plan is to keep the wood fiber while we're doing the playground conversion in the kindergartens. To give you reference, kindergarten might be $25,000 to $30,000. A primary playground is closer to $250,000 to do it with the turf. So it's a significant difference in price. And right now, our plan is just to maintain with the wood fiber and replenish that every year.
Okay. And then just, I think I asked this question probably a long time ago, but I don't remember the answer. A lot of times PTAs and foundations at schools will want to upgrade their playgrounds. I know the answer, but kind of walk me through, now that I think about it, walk me through why maybe that can't work.
As far as
Replacing with the foundations and PTAs a lot of times want to upgrade the existing playgrounds to this.
I'm going to defer that answer.
So, well, one thing that is an absolute no-no that is to just go and do it, which thankfully we don't have in the last bit that I've been here. I'm not aware of too many cases where folks have just gone and hired a contractor who showed up and started doing work. But we do have every now and then a few of those. And that's one of the things we just can't do. It's not good for us from a liability standpoint. Plus, there are a number of state laws that that creates a problem for. So then what we do is we work with the site administrators to steer folks to a process that Mr. Bidnick and Ada Zaresny have been working on that we call our facility modification process. And as they do that, they propose, this is what we would like to do. And one of the things that we've changed a little bit is it used to be that folks kind of had to show that they were more serious about how much money they had or were going to raise before we spent a lot of time investigating the idea. But one of the things that we've changed about that is that if it appears to be something that's along the lines of what the district might want to do, we're going to investigate the idea so that we can make sure that everybody's really thinking about all of the impacts, because unfortunately what often happens is people think, well, I think I'll change this area here without realizing that the implications in the building code are that we have to change restrooms over here and parking lots over here and a whole lot of other issues. So so that everybody thinks about all of the implications, we're trying to work with the site administrators to provide some seed money to investigate those types of projects more fully, bringing an architect in, spending a little bit of money with an architect sometimes to investigate those more. Then the other issue that we have across the board is equity across our schools. And whatever we do that's an important, essential part of providing a good school for our students, we believe that if it's essential for any one of our students or any group of students, it's really essential for all of our students. And so an example of that from past history is marquees. When I got here, it was pretty universally believed that marquees were an essential component of every school. Every school should have a marquee. But the schools that had marquees were the ones who raised money. The schools who didn't have marquees or who still had the old marquee from 50 years ago were the schools who couldn't raise money. So we've been establishing standards for what our essential components at our schools are so that the district can fund those so that we have those provided for all of our schools across the entire district.
Thanks.
Mrs. Yelsey.
Yes, I too just wanted to thank you and your staff for what you've done, and I really appreciate the forward thinking of what needs to be done beyond this period of time. I think you probably have job security for another 20 years maybe out there. And one thing on the tour, which was very impressive for, if you didn't do it, I would take the opportunity.
We have it scheduled.
Okay, cool. And you may have mentioned this, but I didn't hear it, the change out of all the lights.
Oh,
Did you?
yeah, thank you very much.
Which I was really impressed with, that changing out all the lights in the district, the LED lights, and it was paid for through a grant, so.
Yeah, so it was a program through Southern California Edison where we got about $750,000 worth of free material and labor to install LEDs in all of our schools. Replacing the 4-foot fluorescent lamps with 4-foot LED lamps.
Yeah,
approximate savings to the district is estimated to be about $150,000 a year. Pretty good return on investment on our part.
It's amazing. We can't, oops, but wait, there's more. And I have no idea who was first. Mrs. Snell? I don't know.
Okay, I don't even know either. I just have a question about the elementary playgrounds. I know we were in line to get some money from the city of Costa Mesa to redo some of the asphalt playground areas. Did we, and I don't know if this is a question for you or a question for you, but did we use that money? Is it still sitting there? Are we,
Yes,
did we ever get it? That's really the big question.
That all came to be right in the period where Mr. Bidnick's predecessor was resigning to take a position in another district, and we went through a period where I was kind of doing part of it and using some of our existing managers as interim directors. And we did, during that period of time, get a couple of basketball courts redone. And we did a lot of resurfacing of playgrounds. But we're going back through now to double check to make sure what all we did with regard to what it was that was being discussed with the city and discussed with you all, to make sure that we've picked up all of the loose ends if there are any remaining with that.
And we're not getting the money until we give them our receipts.
No, actually, we received
They gave you the money, okay.
Yes.
Good. Okay. I know it's safe.
Did you have more?
No, I have no more.
Okay, Ms. Anderson.
Hi. I just wanted to know, I know we heard a little bit about the deferred maintenance, but I love all the new projects. I just want to make sure that we are really dedicated and there's a plan in place for top priority deferred maintenance items and how we're going to be communicating that. So people at our school sites know what's going on, what's coming first before we have new fences, before we have softball cages.
That's a really great question. I think we have the two worlds. So we have facilities that's doing all of the new construction. They have funding for that. Then we have maintenance, which includes deferred maintenance. And we really focused this year, and this is a little bit of a change for our department, on focusing on the maintenance aspect. As I said at the beginning of this discussion, our focus this year was on maintenance and condition assessments. And I specifically excluded improvements because in the past we might have done over the summertime more kind of construction-related activities with our maintenance forces. This year we really focused on just maintaining what we currently have. And so we're really taking that responsibility to heart. We're maintaining our current assets. Otter can do the design and the building of the new great things, but we want to make sure that our existing assets are taken care of. So as far as communicating what the plan is, your question is unbelievably great in the regards of, or in relation to creating a master plan. Once we have an inventory of all of our assets, we can do long-range planning. I project out to 20 years as to what our needs are, and within that 20-year plan, that's kind of the highest altitude view. Within that 20-year plan, we have a 5-year deferred maintenance plan as well, with a number of projects that specifically identified by site and by project with a ballpark budget number. And so with that, within the 5-year plan, then we can start to prioritize those projects based on need or impact to the educational program or safety hazard. And then we start to prioritize each of those. The other things we look at is any value-added projects. So if we're doing, say we're doing roof replacement and there's 4 buildings at a school site and 3 buildings are ready and 1 is just on the edge, we might have that value add as we do that building in addition to, or if facilities has projects that are going on, maybe there's something that requires DSA approvals. If facility is already doing a project or has that project planned for the following year, we'll value add and add maintenance scope to that project and work through that process and coordinate with facilities. The other would be communicating that plan to the school sites. And I think this is the biggest question that I've gotten from the administrators as they're coming back to the schools is, when is my school getting painted? Or when is my school getting new carpet? Or when is my school getting these things? And so if we project these things out on a 5-year plan, we can communicate that 5-year plan to the principals to say, yes, you're getting new carpet. You're probably going to get carpet in 2 years. So sit tight until your turn comes up, but you are in the hopper and this is when you're projected to get it. The other question would be, I've done an assessment for several schools. I worked with 7 school districts in San Diego County doing condition assessments. And every time the need far exceeds the ability to pay for that need. And so that requires us to be really careful with how we prioritize those projects and prioritizing them based on what is the need and what is the impact to the educational program or safety. And those are the 2 biggest factors in determining what the priorities are. So I hope that answers the
Yes,
question.
is that like in 1 year? Where are we in that process? When will we know the timeline for when
So we
that needs assessment
are-
will be released?
We are almost 50% done with all of our condition assessments.
Okay.
I'm waiting for all of our roofing assessments to come in, and then we have some interior finish assessments. We're about 50% done. I'm hoping within definitely this school year, but I'm hoping by springtime I'll have something more to share.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Great.
How much do we have in our deferred maintenance fund that we have to put away because of Measure A?
It's 4% a year.
4% a year?
Well, yes, it's actually not the deferred maintenance, it's our overall maintenance fund, and it's 4% a year.
Okay.
The typical requirement for routine restricted is 3% to participate in the state school building program, and you're referring to the commitment that was made in Measure A by this district to always commit 4%.
Right. So we're serious about it. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you very much. And and now we have Dr. D'Agostino. That was all that was all number 1. Wow.
A lot of building going on in the district.
Busy summer.
Lots of building going on in our schools too, building a sense of community and relationships, and that's why I'm up here tonight.
Great segue.
Nice segue.
President Metoyer, members of the board, Dr. Navarro, cabinet, and guests, I stand here before you tonight happy to report that after completing its annual audit of PBIS schools, the California Statewide PBIS Coalition has awarded recognitions to 12 Newport Mesa Unified Schools this year.
Wow.
Every year, this coalition recognizes public schools that have excelled at the implementation of positive behavior interventions and supports, or positive behavior intervention systems, as I was having a debate with our public information officer about this. The interventions and school-wide programming are evaluated, and 4 levels of recognition are given at either a bronze, silver, gold, or platinum level. The schools must excel in 7 different categories, showing year-over-year improvements in office referrals and school suspensions, the implementation of the school's action plan, and the percentage of students that are responding to interventions based on that plan. I've asked the principals and their teams to come tonight, and so as I go through each one, we're going to recognize them and they're going to stand. I'm going to start with our silver schools, and we're going to start with Killybrook Elementary, led by Dr. Lori Hogard. Killybrook, and so if they can stay standing, because we're so proud of them. Killybrook is proud of its own school-wide reinforcements. They use Colts Cash for displaying positive behaviors aligned to their school-wide expectations. And Colts Cash can be redeemed for a variety of privileges, including the making of announcements at Flag Deck, helping on the kindergarten playground at recess, and sitting at the VIP lunch table for a week. There's a VIP lunch table. Killybrook has doubled its upper grade students participating in the student leadership activities that are aimed at serving their school community. In the 2018-19 school year, upper grade students led clothing shoe drives, collection for gently used towels and blankets for a local animal shelter, a letter writing project for Operation Gratitude, and other activities. The upper grade leadership has also ran a student art contest, followed by a silent auction of that art contest, so that they could use the money to purchase additional playground materials. What an amazing job. Let's give it up for Killybrook. The next silver school is Kaiser Elementary, led by Dr. Debbie Granger. Kaiser's recognition program is called Success Awards. It's having a great impact. Every Friday, they hold a drawing using the Success Awards, and the student's favorite prize from the weekly drawing is being the school announcer on the loudspeaker. Students work hard to earn these awards. They feel personal pride when they earn them, and they know that they are making a school a better place for themselves as well as everyone around them. Through the use of the check-in, check-out system by Kaiser last year, they uncovered significant family challenges that resulted in the school obtaining transportation and eyeglasses for a particular student who started the year being extremely disruptive in class and on the playground. With those interventions, they also discovered a learning disability. Now that student is focused, confident, and an active participant in the classroom and on the playground. Let's give it up for Kaiser. Our next school is Wilson Elementary, led by Dr. Jennifer Heckert. Jennifer couldn't be here tonight. Let's give her an applause anyway. She couldn't be here tonight, but as a new principal, Jennifer has said that she is impressed with the care and dedication of her staff that they provide to every student on the Wilson campus. Teachers have been deliberate about making sure that they understand the story and faces and names of every student. She is also moved by the way they take the time to stop and provide care and support whenever it is required. We're looking for great things from Wilson as well. Our next silver school is Adams Elementary, led by Stacy DeBoom Howard. They are year over year silver recognition, a silver recognition school for the past 2 years. They're making great strides towards gold in 2020. They have used their learning center time to reinforce teacher skill and knowledge of classroom management techniques and strategies to support student acquisition of learning and readiness behaviors. Their PBIS team uses second step behavior curriculum in classrooms, first by implementing the curriculum themselves, then co-teaching with general education teachers. For those students needing individualized intervention, the PBIS coaches trained a select group of teachers to use the check-in, check-out system in order to best support and encourage, and that has led to positive results indicated by the lower incidence of maladaptive behaviors. Way to go, Adams. And then our final silver school this year is Ray Elementary. And I think, is Jody here? That is Jody Palmer representing Dr. Cox. She's the PBIS coordinator there. Our PBIS team at Ray Elementary has invested in parent engagement at the school. In the 2018-2019 school year, over 60 parents graduated from the Parent Institute for Quality Education, or PK program, and over 30 parents served throughout the school year in the GRIP Greeter program. These 30 parents in the GRIP program worked alongside the Costa Mesa Police Department and the Orange County District Attorney's Office to greet children and work to make each child feel welcome as he or she walked on campus. Really proud of the work at Ray. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to our gold schools. There are 4 gold schools, starting with Anderson Elementary and their leader, Dr. Shannon Bray. But she's not here. It's not Dr. Shannon Bray. Thank you, Ashley, and you're the PBIS coordinator. Thanks for being here. Anderson is very proud of their gold recognition. Their ability to strategically implement the Tier 1 components of their PBIS system has resulted in very positive school climate and a significant decrease in office referrals. They have also implemented a kindness campaign this year that is promoting very positive experiences for all students and staff. Congratulations. Lincoln Elementary is a gold school led by Kristen D'Amico. Hi, Kristen. They are proud of the strides that they have made in strengthening their Tier 2 level of behavior support for students needing extra modeling, strategies, encouragement, and positive reinforcement to help make their students make positive behavior choices at school. They have experienced an 80% decrease in suspensions over the 2016-2017 school year to the 2018-2019 school year. What a great accomplishment. Congratulations. Davis Elementary is a gold school led by Christy Flores. The Davis PBIS team includes K-6 teacher representation, a school psychologist, and administration that regularly meets to make data-informed decisions with the purpose of providing appropriately tiered interventions to support student wellness. Last year, after carefully reviewing the data, 9% of the Davis student population was identified to receive 1 or more of their 8 different Tier 2 behavior interventions. What an expansive program. Congratulations. Paularino Elementary is a gold school led by Dr. Amy Nagy. In the 17-18 school year, after several years of providing constant Tier 1 supports, Paularino expanded their work by providing a variety of PBIS Tier 2 supports to over 50 students. This included students being assigned to teacher mentors, lunch bunch groups, and other socializing experiences for targeted students. More than half their teachers were either mentors or lunch group facilitators. What a commitment. Congratulations. And now we're going to go to the 3 schools that achieved the highest level, which is platinum. We're going to start with Newport Coast, led by Summer Harding. And her coordinator. And Summer, who's your coordinator?
Lisa Scott.
Lisa Scott. Hi, Lisa. How are you? Our consistent implementation I apologize. Every year, the students at Newport Coast rotate to all areas of the school to review and discuss the behavior exceptions for each location on campus. This has decreased discipline referrals in the initial weeks of school for the common problem behaviors, such as running the hallway. One thing about Lisa, their PBIS coordinator, on a personal note, she has been one of the lead teachers that has worked with Angela Castellanos in a variety of ways as well, and one of the most informed PBIS coordinators that we have. So congratulations. Our second platinum school is East Bluff Elementary, led by Cheryl Beck. Their consistent implementation of PBS strategies like classroom and school-wide procedures, their check-in, check-out system, their community circles, their second-step curriculum, their restorative practices have made such a positive impact on their school's academic and social-emotional success that it has decreased office referrals. This year, their theme is kindness, and they are going to spread kindness around like confetti and watch it grow. Congratulations. And then finally, our last PBS Platinum School, and this school is on a tear, and that is Early College High School, Platinum level, led by Dr. David Martinez. Their initiative is the collective effort partnering with the PTSA for the past 2018-19 school year in employing a series of mental health wellness action steps on their campus so that all of their students, whether they're in Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3, felt supported and cared for directly and adeptly when navigating the trials and challenges that are faced on any high school campus. Congratulations, Dr. Martinez. So in closing, 1/3 of our schools received recognition this year. 1/3 of our schools received recognition last year. In the past 3 years, we've had representation in the recognition program. This year, coming up we are also going to be sending a team, as we do, thanks to your support of this initiative, to the statewide conference. And this year, Davis Elementary is presenting on one elementary's school journey through Tier 1 and Tier 2 as they address culture, data, and mental health. So we're really excited about that. I just want to close by saying this is what it's all about. This is a board with a vision and priorities that allocates resources where teachers and principals work together for the common good of their community, and the results are fantastic. We're doing great things in PBS, and so congratulations and thank you to all the teachers and administrators that are working hard at our schools, and thank you to the Board of Education for your vision and support of what they're doing.
I just wanted to comment because sometimes I'd like everyone to understand that one of the things that are often commented on is they've cut down on referrals and they've cut down. It's not that the teachers are just not making referrals. They don't need to make referrals because of all these other wonderful support systems that are in place. We don't inflate our behavior issues because we all went to school. We know what happens in classrooms. But you've got kids helping kids and somebody else from another classroom that's helping this child even though they're not their child, because the attitude of all the kids are all our kids is just phenomenal. And I want to thank all the schools that are participating and those that are growing into getting their awards. And I want to thank you for your leadership in this. It's absolutely making us a better place to be. Thank you. All righty. Dr. Navarro.
All right, informal reports. Well, I'm going to follow up on what the board president just pointed out, and that's this concept of systems, building systems. So what you heard were two great reports that really touch a lot of students, okay? There are a lot of students, and just think of it, back in 2013, we started this quest to add air conditioning to our schools. You now have K-8 air conditioning throughout the whole district. We have 3 more campuses to finish off, but that's quite an accomplishment. That's systems thinking. I also want to tell you that we've had a great opening of school, but it's because we're working as a system. So let me start with a couple, and a system kind of works like a set of gears, right? They interlock, they work together. So one of the gears that really works well is our Harbor Council PTA. We started before the school year. They asked us to come in and talk about food sales because food sales are important activity for PTAs, but they're also highly regulated federally and by the state and the local health department. We have to have health permits whenever we have food sales. And so Dale came in and did a presentation, gave them all of the rules for elementary and secondary in English and in Spanish, and spent some time answering a lot of questions. I think we opened a lot of eyes, but that's us helping PTA with their mission to make sure that their units are operating operating effectively, safely, and within the law. But also, Harbor Council PTA goes out of their way to help our units. And every year there's new units, there's new presidents, there's new executive boards. I want to thank the Harbor Council PTA leadership for going out to our schools and being there at their meetings to help them learn about PTA processes, procedures, requirements that are also designed to make sure they are legal and that they don't have any financial miscues. So that's a lot of time. They don't have to do this, but they go out to the schools, and a team of them go out. Julie's team goes out, and they have been a significant contributors to the success of many PTAs behind the scenes. So that's one element that helps us work as a whole system. I do want to let you know that report of the AC, we opened up, and we were first very ready for opening up with climate controlled classrooms, and she didn't mention this, but Ada was really after a contractor to make sure that they caught up. I think she had them working 24/7.
Yep.
And they met they met her goal. But, again, systems thinking, she wanted to make sure all the kids got the same kind of facilities that we've had success with in the past years. I think also, you're listening to PBIS. This issue of social emotional learning is really a big focus for us. We really want to strive to have an accepting and understanding climate at each of our schools for students, so they feel valued, they feel that they can confide with an adult on campus, and the PBIS is a major step in that direction. You see, it's not happening at just one school, it's happening at many schools. That we have such excellence is extraordinary. So commendations to the schools that were recognized today. But you saw the secondary school matrix that's going to be focusing on specific outcomes. And you see that in there, social emotional learning was a big piece. So this is this issue of systems thinking. We're not just doing it, in Sarah's department. We're all thinking about how we're going to work together. And I know that Ed Division and the Student Services Division will be working hand in hand as they move this agenda forward. The last thing I want to tell you is that there's a great emphasis on school safety district-wide. Okay, I know that we've heard concerns about, we run into some hazardous waste or materials here and there. Well, schools that were built in the 50s and 60s have hazardous materials in them. And we never know when we're going to walk into them. But luckily, and you have this on your agenda, you know that we keep hazardous waste companies on call, so that when it happens, we do not cause it to be what's called friable or airborne, and that it's secured, and that we follow all the legal codes and all the health requirements. And even after that, after we isolate the area and remove the hazardous materials, we have testing that comes in and make sure that there aren't any fibers floating around for any kind of hazardous material. So, that again is systems thinking, having these organizations on call from where we're going to need them, because we never want to know. I've been remodeling my kitchen myself. I'm the contractor. I never knew there were so many wires in the walls, and I had to get an electrician to come figure it all out. But I think what we're all thinking about is we do everything for all kids. When we talk about reform, when we talk about a focus on student monitoring, it's about every child in the district, pre-K to 12th grade. And we're going to apply all of those measures of milestones and intervention and support and acceleration to all students. So I think what you're hearing here, I'm hoping that you're hearing, especially you saw a system between Ada and Lance. She builds a hot rod, he changes the oil. Okay? Those are systems thinking. So I want to commend Tim for his work with his department, because I think you're hearing a different way of pursuing and achieving your goals.
Well, thank you. There would be so much at the beginning of the school year to share with you from the HR department, because things are just moving, but we've got people in place. So this is a little bit outside of that, because we were very excited. I wanted to publicly share with you that last Thursday, the district reached a tentative agreement with CSEA. And it will go to ratification vote September 23rd. I do want to publicly thank both negotiation teams. CSCA was led by Pam Saunders with Stu Tedford, Sean Katz, Gary Logan, Lynn Aldrich, and their executive director, Amy Gonzalez. The district team, Dr. Jocham, my partner over there, Rebecca Gogol, Dale Ellis, and Kristen Clark served as the resource for both teams. And there was some really difficult conversations that we had, but very early on, there was one piece that I just have been dying to share with you, and I needed to wait until we reached the TA, right, Pam, to share this with you, because early on, we realized that we have a common interest in helping people resolve conflict. Conflict's one of the few things that we can always count on, because communication can always be better, conversations can always be better, and sometimes we just have to have a difficult conversation. And so collectively together, we worked to create a pamphlet as a resource for employees, for supervisors. We do have a few little tweaks that we need to make to it before we actually publish it, but we just couldn't wait anymore, and I wanted to just, with Pam here, acknowledge her and her team for doing it. And for those of you in the audience and in the public, it's called Working Together, Conflict Resolution. Build strong, positive relationships based around a foundation of mutual respect. And the pamphlet itself, each panel addresses a conflict in a different manner. So the first one is, I have a conflict, what can I do? Another one is, someone wants to talk to me. That's a scary thing when someone says, hey, can I talk to you? And not
Like
knowing
going
what
to
to do.
Yeah.
Another is how to approach a conversation. On that one, you will see that there's effective statements, and we worked with Sarah Coley, who provided us some of the restorative practices, STEMs, so that we had that, the adult version of how to help us with our conflicts. And then just in the back, tips for having tough conversations, the do's and don'ts. And so we really thought that this collectively together will be a useful tool, again, both for management as well as employees, as we continue to build strong relationships. And so I really want to thank them for their efforts.
I'd just like to thank you for the time that you devoted from your meeting tonight to get the updates from the facilities and maintenance and operations team. There are a lot of other people who worked really hard this summer too. So I'd like to just give a little bit of a shout to our IT department for a lot of very, very significant work that they did. The Chromebook rollout continues, which is a very, very significant project. It takes a lot of man hours and a lot of effort. As well, our warehouse department had a lot of work to do, moving things around, those moves at the Harper campus and to Lindbergh, et cetera. They did a lot. And our fiscal department had to keep up with a lot of paperwork, including phone calls to make sure that people got paid on time and everything else. Of course, this feels a little bit like one of those award shows where I'm sure I've left somebody out with all of the apologies. All of our team worked very hard this summer, so thank you.
Good evening. It's interesting, this summer, and looking at the new year here, your auditors came and they finished up their audit. They're just, and that looks like that's going to be a really clean audit. And that's just indicative of the accounting group. They are a high-performing group, and I'll tell you, Pam Saunders and Eleanor Rebard, who are in attendance here tonight, they'll tell you that they apply a lot of PBIS to the numbers because they misbehave in wonderful ways. And so that's been done. We're also looking at a new payroll supervisor that's going to be coming on board here, we hope here by November, and then director of purchasing.
Thank you.
Okay, continuing the theme of thinking about systems, one of the things I'd like to do is give an update regarding elementary staffing. So going back and looking at what transpires in the spring, we look at a lot of information. We look at historical information related to each school. We have conversations with principals. We look at trends of the schools. And then we also have formulas that help guide our initial thinking in regards to when we're in spring, what is next year going to look like. So we make adjustments there, and then once we get into summertime, especially into August, we continue to have a very close eye on numbers, looking at them daily, making adjustments when we know that we're up in places, or making adjustments down when we know we're down. And that process is really quite collaborative. It involves business services, student services, human resources, ed services, a lot of people really taking a look at how best are we going to situate each school in a rational, logical manner. And it is a collaborative process. One of the things that also plays into the dance, if you will, is honoring transfers simultaneously. So we also have quite a process of transfers within the district. So we honor those. That has a big impact on our numbers, but we make those adjustments and we control for that. And it does become late August, even into the beginning of spring. It's a daily analysis, daily conversations, and even making adjustments once students show up, because as much as we have tried to make our very best informed decisions, when students show up, numbers look a little bit different, so we end up making some final adjustments. But overall, that system has gone well this year, and our school has had a wonderful start to the year, and just very appreciative for all of the different divisions coming together to do the very best work that we can in that area.
Just want to give everybody a heads up. Tomorrow night here in Sanborn from 6 to 8, we have our monthly Human Relations Community Workshop. And Ms. Olson, you'll be happy to know the topic is conflict resolution and de-escalating conflict.
Give everyone yeah.
I also wanted to give you a heads up on a date and time change for the Pursuing Victory with Honor training. You may have already got this, but we changed it from October 14th, pushed it back a week to October 21st. At 6:30 in Sanborn to accommodate Southern Section Commissioner Rob Wygod's calendar. Also want to let you know for the first time we are inviting middle school athletic directors and 2 or 3 what we feel are influential coaches on the middle school campus as well to get them involved with the Pursuing Victory with Honor training.
So with all these systems in place, I will say that I was one of many people, I think, that visited schools on the very first day. And it seems like systems are working. I was able to arrive at Victoria Elementary School at about 7:30 and was immediately put to work, not by Dr. Peralta, but by his office assistant, who gave me a table to man and hand out, schedules or class placements. And what caught me, honestly, is each child I handed it to gave the kind of the proverbial, yes, I got Mrs., or yes, I got Mr., which talks a lot about not only what's going on academically in classrooms, but I also think the culture and environment that teachers are building. And I would venture to say that reaction from kids probably wasn't unique to Victoria. I will also then say I was able to get to Adams by about probably 8:30. The office was a ghost town. Kids were in class, learning. Stacy looked like she had just been, running in and out of classrooms to make sure everybody was there. But fine oiled machine there, and then the same at Davis. I got there at about 9 o'clock, and learning was already happening. So great start to the school year. I will say that we are already deep into training. I, as well as several of our Ed Division directors and a few of our principals, started yesterday. We're there today, and we'll end tomorrow our first 3 days of CGI training with about 25 of our elementary K-5 teachers. Talk about deep learning. I am amazed not only at the deep learning that we're having as educators, but also the deep learning that we're expecting from our kids. In relation to really deeply understanding mathematics. That training will continue for 3 more days, sparse throughout the year. And our middle school math training or support for illustrative math will also begin tomorrow morning.
So going along with a lot of the themes you've been hearing tonight, I want to talk a little bit about opening the school year. And I talked about this at our last board meeting, but we had not had the students arrive yet. But preparing for the opening school is a lot like preparing for that opening night performance, that big musical, where everything has to come together. And as you saw, some great examples of how much planning goes into place for the moment the kids arrive. And what we've heard throughout is what a great opening it was. And that's the collective effort of so many people and so much planning and preparation for that. There was something we did very consciously this year, knowing that the opening of the school year is our focus and attention. And it's important for principals to be at the site, to be attentive to their staff, to their students, to their parents, to their community. So we made a concerted effort, actually, in the spring, to not pull principals away from the sites the week before students came, so in other words, when the teachers came back, as well as the first 2 weeks of the school year. And we did get some feedback from our principal rep in cabinet today that was so much appreciated, because it is important for them to focus there, and all of our efforts at the district is to support the schools in that opening. So we did that this year, and it was noted as a improvement. The other thing is that I chose to do my first round of site visits to visit all of our new principals. And as you know, we have a bunch this year. So I went out to 7 school sites over the first 2 weeks and just sat down, talked to the principals, and check in how they're doing. And what I heard was just amazing positivity, the fact that they love their sites, they're really getting to know their staff. But the theme that we have really wanted to focus on, even more so this year, not that we haven't done it, but even more so, the theme of welcoming our students, getting to know each child and their story, and just hearing how each site has taken that theme and done something, A, with their staff, and B, with their students. And it really is amazing, and I believe that makes a huge difference in the learning. We can do all of these educational initiatives, but if we don't have the right environment, it's only going to go so far. So I'm very pleased, very encouraged by what I heard my first round of visits. And again, systems thinking and working collectively is very powerful.
As you may know, I'm a little bit of a rebel, and so I'm not following the theme or systems. I'm going to talk about 2 other things that we have going on, and one is to piggyback on what Mrs. Link was talking about with the Parent Education Series, and it is a nice collaboration between the Harbor Council and Student Services and Special Education. And one of the things that it's important to note is that a lot of the presentations have two time slots. There's a daytime presentation and there's an evening presentation. At every presentation, we will have Spanish translation available. And then at the evening presentations, we will also have childcare available. So it's on the flyers and everything, but if you're asked or get the word out that we don't want there to be barriers for people being able to attend those trainings. And then the second item is, I know that a little bit later this evening we're going to be talking about a resolution on suicide prevention, and I wanted to highlight or acknowledge the work that the district is doing in this area. And you heard from one of the student board members tonight that they were doing some things over at CDM related to it. We did have a lot of school sites that participate in the Suicide Awareness Week. There is a suicide prevention conference September 21st through Hogue, and we sent all this information to school sites to share as appropriate. One of the things we're really working to remove is any stigma related to the words mental health or suicide, and so there's some flyers, and we're going to be continuing to spread that message that kind of there's no shame in that game, that mental health is an issue we should be able to talk about as freely as we talk about physical health often. And then coming up this fall, we also have our Signs of Suicide training that all of the district staff participate in, to be aware of that. And then, as you know, starting this year, on the back of the student ID badges, there's information about the suicide hotline and how to access that help. So we know we continue to move forward and there's things we can do, but I really want to commend the board on taking this issue and putting a light on it versus saying it's not something we want to talk about publicly. So thank you.
Wow. Ooh, great information. All righty, we are now at the community input time. And these are on items that are on the consent calendar, resolution consent calendar, and the discussion action calendar. And I know we have a lot of participants today that are sorted out in some way, and I'll figure that out while Mrs. Fleur is reading our spiel on talking.
This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on action items, consent calendar, resolution consent calendar, and discussion action calendars. Per board policy 9323, each individual speaker will have 3 minutes. Speakers may not cede unused minutes to other speakers, and there is a maximum of 20 minutes of comment per item. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to speak. The board, staff, and members of the public may request that a specific item on consent be moved to discussion action. Requests to move consent items must be received prior to the item, to the time the board takes action on the consent calendar. And I'm adding this because there were a number of consent items that were moved to discussion action. So perhaps, Ms., you can read them now to let people know.
Well, are you done with the thing?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and I was going to say that. Typically, we have someone that normally wants to speak to the consent calendar, but since we pulled all of them, anybody that wanted to speak to items 17A, 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 15, or 16, 17B, 2 and 3, 17D, 4, you are now moved to the discussion action item, and you will get to speak before each one of those items comes up. And the other ones we have were general items, which come at the end. So therefore, we are at the.
Can you read those again, but a little bit more slowly?
Sure.
People who actually want to find their item.
In 17A, there are items 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 15, and 16. That's all in the business section. Items 17B, 2, and 3 in our Ed Services section, and 17D, 4, which is in our Student Services section. So everything left, nobody had anything to say about. So, that being said, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Fleur, second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Yelsey. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 6-0. The resolution consent calendar, now on this calendar, typically it's a roll call vote for the entire calendar. However, 18A was asked to be discussed before we vote.
So it's going.
So, Mr. Trader?
Yes, I've got Mr. Trader ready
Oh, thank
to provide you some background information on 18A.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I'm actually thrilled that you're asking this question. This is something that the board a long time ago encouraged the district to be financially self-reliant. So to just explain, the period between July and December is a cash dry period for the district. In other words, we receive property tax revenues, and those payments aren't made between essentially July and December. And so, like any family, if you were to go 5 months without a paycheck, you would need to have something there, either cash to be able to sustain that, or a credit card, something along those lines. And for many, many years, we were on the credit card. And board members Fleur, Black, and Yelsey will remember giving us the encouragement to say, hey, is there not a better way we could do this? Because it is expensive. In order to, for the district to borrow money, we have to issue what's called a tax revenue anticipation note. And it's expensive to do. In total cost is about $250,000 because you have a number of professionals that help you do this. You have to have a financial advisor, a bond and tax counsel, a disclosure counsel, an underwriter, and a trustee. And that takes a lot of effort. Now, net-wise, because we do some financial things, we'll do what's called a guaranteed investment contract, that kind of thing. We can lower the cost somewhat, but still, you're going to spend $60,000, $75,000 to borrow this money for only a very short period of time. And so the last time the board authorized a trans was in 2011-12 year for $25 million, and since then, we have not done that. We have relied on district resources to do that, and so what we do is we come to you and we ask permission to be able to utilize cash that's in other funds. And so, for example, this year, 1920, we expect that we will borrow $25 million to keep the general fund solvent during the period of July through December. Now, we'll actually borrow that money in October and repay it in December. And in that way, it's super low cost, and it's a much better way of managing the money. It's much more self-reliant.
Mrs. Fleur.
I think it's important to note that we've been blessed because most districts have to do this trans. And districts who have negative certification or are qualified certifications are not allowed to do it at all. And so it has caused a lot of districts to be in significant financial difficulty. Not to mention that the state for years was not paying the bills on time, but were the deferred payments, so that they were supposed to make a payment before July 1, and they deferred their final payment till after July 1. And so we're lucky that we are a community-funded or school district, because we don't have to rely. We have to rely on property taxes, but other school districts had to rely on this, and so it was typical that we did this. We're very fortunate that we have the amount of reserves that we're able to have and do this. And wasn't there a time that we used to do this twice a year also? Did we not at one point do this?
Yes.
We did this in the middle of the year also.
That's correct. And we did this for a number of years, and without the board's foresight, this would not have happened.
Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you for answering this, because this is my first time, so I like to know more information when we have a resolution that comes before us. So one of my questions is, you answered when we started doing it this way. In doing my research in other districts, it looks like other districts have, most likely not basic aid, but have ERAFs, an Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund. So part of my question was, how much money, how much does it cost for us if we were to use that? And what is the interest on that? So if it's for less than 3 months, the interest cannot be that great on it. But I just want to know why we've decided to go this way, but then, yeah. So that's one question. I have a few more.
That's a great question. And because we are basic aid, we do not have an ERAF fund. And so that wouldn't apply to us. The cost is, it's interesting that the cost is expensive, even though we're only borrowing the money. Essentially, we only need the money for about 5 months out of the year. there's a high transaction cost on this because of all these professionals, attorneys and whatnot, to make this happen. And the interest is really, like, for example, today we could probably get a coupon rate of anywhere between 3% and 5%. But when you're borrowing, $25 million, that starts to, after a while, even at 3% and 5%, you start talking about some serious money that could be used for more productive kinds of things. And that's basically the reason why we chose to go this way.
And then also, so when we put it back, it goes directly back into that line item? So some of the funds that could have come out from, like, I was very concerned about Fund 17, the cafeteria fund. Does it automatically go back into that fund? Do we need to do another resolution at that point for that money to go back in? At what point is it moved from the general fund back into its actual line item?
So there's a couple of things that happen. One is the general fund, and that's borrowed. We'll borrow sometime here in October about $25 million from the workers' comp fund and from the facilities fund. And then that will be paid back in December. And so if you think about, these funds, they have cash accounts. And so it's not like a line item, it's simply a big cash account. And then there's also a nutrition services fund. They'll have needs throughout the year. And so what will happen is the nutrition services fund will borrow from the general fund for a couple months out of the year, and then I think in the fall, and then back again in the spring, they'll borrow some more money again. But those are paid immediately throughout the year, and they're always cleared up by fiscal year end.
So this resolution covers the school year?
This resolution covers 2 years, this year and next.
Okay.
So why would we not open then, if this is something that's going to be regularly occurring, a holding account or a different way to itemize that on our budget? If we know this is something that's regularly occurring, if we're going to go this route, it seems a little counterproductive for me that we would be using money that's in workers' comp and then moving. How did we decide that this is the best process? And not have a holding account that's specifically for this period of time when we're waiting for the money from property tax?
That's a great question. You have a number of funds. And so take, for example, workers' comp. Workers' comp is, it hasn't not always been fully funded. It is fully funded now. And that money is there. So take, for example, let's say Newport Mesa gets zapped, and we're no longer Newport Mesa anymore. But yet we have all these workers' comp obligations that we've made promises to people to. And so what you do is you keep in this fund $13 million to say, yeah, we got the money to fulfill on those on all those obligations. But we have to keep that in workers' comp. And so in other words, we get killed two birds with one stone. We get credit for funding our workers' comp obligation, and then we can also tap that money to utilize to help the general fund to stay solvent. And so we have, you have other funds, Fund 20, that's for OPEB, other post-employment benefits. And so we utilize the same kind of strategy there where we get kind of credit for doing both things. So to create a separate fund to pull money out of Fund 13, pull money out of the workers' comp fund, we wouldn't get credit for that anymore. So it's a... Yeah.
We'd have a big,
does that make sense?
Yeah, we'd have a big pot of money we couldn't do anything with except to cover this 5-month time period, whereas we're pulling it from money that we can use during the year, and it's available when we need it. So we're not having a bunch of dead money that just sits there till we need it, and then for the other 7 months of the year, it's just sitting there, so.
Part of my initial concern with this was Fund 17. That's specifically earmarked for educational costs. It's not earmarked to be used as an extra. It's supposed to be interest-based, so if we're taking money and we're moving it in and out, it looked like in 2015 that was done. I was initially concerned because of the several of the areas where that money was taken out.
And that's a great concern. And you'll notice that in the resolution, there is specific wording that says, except the TIC fund.
Okay.
We cannot touch the TIC fund, or the endowment, excuse me, the Irvine Company endowment.
Okay, great.
And so that's a very specific, when you see that resolution there, we are not allowed, you're not giving us permission to do that.
Okay.
Great, because that was one of the initial emails, and I was very concerned. Okay,
That's a great concern to have.
thank you.
Mrs. Fleur, are you done?
Yes.
Okay, Mrs. Fleur.
Yeah, I think part of the issue is that without we have to abide by certain accounting principles. We have audits of all of these funds. They check every single one of these suckers. And we can only have so many funds, and we can't just establish a fund without making sure that it follows in. But we're very grateful for the Irvine Company, because during the bankruptcy, we were able to take the funds out of that and pay payroll. When we were facing when the Orange County went bankrupt and declared bankruptcy, we were in trouble because all of our money was frozen. But thankfully, we had money in certain funds that we were able to take out and make payroll during those periods of time. And it was horrendous and it was horrible. But I think that's why we took a really significant look at trying to make sure that we didn't do what we didn't do.
That's a really good point, and I'm glad you brought that up, because we couldn't create a fund even if we wanted to. We do keep a little bit higher balance in our general fund so that we don't have to borrow so much, but that's with your support.
Cool. Do we have any questions regarding B and C? Are we good? Excellent. Did you want to read the resolution consent?
Do I need to
Well, remind everybody.
As with the consent calendar, all items listed under the resolution consent calendar are considered by the board to be routine and will be enacted by the board in one roll call vote. It will be deemed the same vote for each of the items.
Is there a motion to approve the resolution consent calendar?
So moved.
Mrs. Snell moved. Is there a second?
Second.
And Mrs. Yelsey seconded. Roll call vote.
Ms. Metoyer?
Yes.
Ms. Fleur?
Yes.
Ms. Black is absent. Ms. Yelsey?
Yes.
Ms. Anderson?
No.
Ms. Bartow?
Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Snow?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-1. Now, we are moving on to the discussion action calendar. Item number 19A. Ms. Jocham.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to call Dr. D'Agostino back up to the podium to share a little more detail about this agreement that we have with One Recovery for this upcoming school year. And they have provided services to the district for a number of years. And we just want to, we know that we sometimes need people outside the district who bring a little bit different level of expertise and services. And so we have a contract with One Recovery. So we just wanted to share a little bit more about that.
Thank you.
Bill.
Thank you, President Metoyer, members of the board, Dr. Navarro, cabinet, and guests. Before you tonight is a service agreement with One Recovery, a nonprofit organization that has been working in some of our schools in the last few years to support students and families who are struggling and in crisis. One Recovery is but one of many community groups that we work with, but they are unique in that their emphasis on social and emotional well-being through the relationship building and connections that they build with students and families affirms your commitment to the holistic development of every child, your board priorities, the restorative approach to working with students and families. And although one has been working in some of our schools for the past few years, that will continue. Tonight's service agreement is going to allow one to provide services that can be accessible by all our secondary schools in the district. Some of the district-wide programs one will be doing is a young people's meeting, a weekly meeting that promotes conversations and engagement, a parent meeting, a place for parents, loved ones, and conscious members of the community with connections to our youth to find comfort and support, as well as a speaker series. And these are people that are impassioned presenters who carry a message of hope, inspiration, and importance of healthy living and responsible life as both an individual and an invaluable member of their community. There's a short video that I'm going to show you, just 3 minutes, that I think captures what one is doing from the actual voices of students who have been in the program.
On campus, and it doesn't feel like an organization, it's just a safe space to go to.
Thank you.
Yeah!
Like, this is like my home. Like, I just like love coming here. Like, even if I have like a sad day or I'm just like looking for a smile, I come in here and I just walk in here. Even if you guys are not in here, I just smile.
I didn't go to school. I had ditched like almost every other day. I progressively like just went down. Like my personality was horrible to everybody. Like even my parents, I just hated them with the rest of passion. I had the worst grades, and I only had like 3 friends. I did drugs, and I went to class. They caught me. I got an option to either get suspended for 5 days or do one recovery for 8 weeks. They were all really cool, really accepting. No one judged you. Lynn was like more of a mentor than anybody else in my life. She showed me what I needed to care about and what I didn't need to care about. And she started helping me meet people that would better my life. Being in one kind of brought back the old me.
With social media and with every single kid aspiring to go to college or saying they're going to college, it's getting incredibly competitive. Even just online, like Instagram or Snapchat or Twitter or Facebook, it's becoming competitive now. How many followers do you have? How many likes do you get? How many posts do you do a day? Like there's a certain amount that you can do and a certain amount you can't do. And then when you go to school, there's other rules that you have to worry about. You know, like who am I hanging out with? Are these clothes acceptable? Am I acceptable? So you can't really escape it. You used to be able to go home and like that was it. Like you're with your family now. But now it follows you home. It follows you at night. It follows you in the morning. Like the first thing I do when I wake up is check my phone. The last thing I go to do is check my phone at night. So it really follows you everywhere. And the thing about One Recovery is you're allowed to talk about those things without being judged. Someone there is going to relate to what you're saying. And I think that's really important because you're allowed to talk about things without worry of repercussions.
We have kids who are super, super high achievers, like going to Berkeley, going to Stanford. We have kids who are struggling to finish like Common Core Math 1. We have people who do art. We have people who do sports. Like it had people that I talked to at school, but none of them actually knew me. I was so insecure. It is so comforting to know that you're not the only one panicking all the time and being scared to like figure out who you are. I just think it's so important to have adults in your life who can tell when you are going through something and pull you aside and say like, how can I support you? I had never experienced that. Most of the kids who are required to come stay because like once you figure out like what this is about, you don't want to leave it.
So now I'd like to ask the founder of One Recovery, Lynn Peterson, to come up here and say a few words.
Hi, I'm Lynn. I was going to come up and be all perfect and get everything right, and then that got me completely
The
emotional.
definition of success in this community and many
See
others
what I'm
is
saying?
Ivy League school 4.5.
Okay, sorry, Phil. I tried. I was doing my best. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Superintendent Navarro, Dr. Navarro. Thank you, President, everyone on this board, the committee, BTAs, honored guests. It's an honor to be at Newport Mesa Unified School District. I've worked with adolescents for 35 years. I have built residential treatment programs. I know what I'm doing when I deal with a struggling adolescent. What I decided when I started One Recovery was there was no place for a child or family to go where there wasn't a diagnosis. You had to have a diagnosis to go to Alcoholics Anonymous, which I support and I love, or to go to a doctor or do something else, but there was nowhere to come for just one recovery. Whether the struggle was a bad day, academics, family, drugs, eating disorders, whatever the struggle was, there was no place to just come and be and connect as humans. What I want to do is create a space where early intervention happened through human connection. And Newport Mesa Unified School District opened their doors 5 years ago to make that happen. And our flagship is at Corona Del Mar High School. Today we're at Estancia. It's one of the most amazing, roughest groups I have ever done. Like, I have to be awake on that day. And they're amazing. And we're at Newport Harbor High. We've been at Ensign. Tonight I want to show you that, like, you know, here's 3 boys. I also want to give a shout out to CDM's water polo team because they're here. Like, you guys these are, I thought best to, I can tell you about one, and I will be brief, but I want to show you what One on Campus is. So, Aiden, will you stand? Aiden is our ambassador at CDM. And Luca is his co-ambassador. And then Evan came to just support. And these guys play water polo. I don't even know what time they were in the pool this morning. And they showed up, no promise of anything but to be of service to One. What I want to let you know is that's the culture that's on all these campuses. If we create the space for kids to connect, if we take their faces out of their phones, give them a place to talk about stress or not. When they come in, they don't look at statistics. They don't look at, I don't teach them the dangers of drugs and alcohol. We talk about the reality of it. I don't talk about bullying. We show them bullying. The things that happen in that room, if you look in your folder, I've given you like some stories, but every day there's a new one. And I say, these are the things we cannot measure. I cannot tell you all the things that we have prevented by creating the space for kids to connect in truth. But I can tell you that we have. I can tell you that they're a result of it. And one of the most amazing things that we have, you know, Jen is one of our volunteers who comes out and works with the kids. You guys can sit down unless they would like to ask you a question in a minute. But I want to talk to you about, you love them if you want. I mean, it's your choice. We all have choices. But what I want to tell you about mainly is that One is a microcosm of the campus. So if a school has a drop-in, which CDM does, at lunchtime kids can come in. They may come in because they walk by and they see that we have snacks. They may be gently referred by counseling. A teacher may say, why don't you go there? So we get our socially awkwards to our sports kids. One becomes a microcosm of the campus. It's where one person connecting with another can alter not just their life, but the lives of those around them. That's what happens here. And a part of that is the suspension exchange. You were the first brave district to allow us to do this. It is true restorative justice. It means that any child who, listen, where their brains are, I'm not a doctor. I don't know if you're shocked by that fact, but I am not a doctor. And I don't even play one on TV. That's upsetting. We'll talk about that later. But where their brains are, they're supposed to make mistakes right now. That's where their brain development is. So when they make a mistake, and we look to suspend and expel them, what are we doing? What are we doing? This is just my opinion. I have a lot of them. But we send them home with their own worst enemy. We send them home alone, or if they got popped for doing drugs, gee, I wonder what they're doing. They get behind in their classes because we've sent them home. That's more stress. I don't know. I think I would use more. So we create a problem. What happens with suspension exchange is that we bring them in, and they come to the One meeting on Monday nights, and that meeting is a microcosm of the campus. It's filled with kids who came voluntarily. It's filled with the suspension exchange kids. It is a microcosm, and these kids see each other now. The cheerleader that they thought had everything going on may do a painting that shows you that she's in pain. One of the kids that's socially awkward, I have and I'm not going to tell the stories, but we do have a story of a boy that was so socially awkward, and he, by letter of the law, maybe he should have been expelled, but that didn't happen at Newport Mesa. They understood him and the problem, and he came to One. And that boy who came in with sweaty palms and was obsessed with his Rubik's Cube like kids are with the phone, by the third meeting, he wasn't carrying that Rubik's Cube anymore. He was eating lunch with that guy. Later, he did a math tutoring session with kids because he's a math genius. But before that, he couldn't look people in the eye. He had been severely bullied when he was in middle school, and he was afraid in high school. That boy, he's going to go on to do great things, like the rest of them. Okay, the girls, there's a lot of them too. They're amazing. But I want you to know that's what's been created here. I could read off things that you can read yourself, but what I want you to know is that change is occurring in Newport Mesa Unified School District, and I want to say thank you and bravo to you, because what you've done is altered the lives of kids. So that's
Thank you.
my spiel.
Thank you. Mrs. Yelsey.
Yeah, I met Lynn 5 years ago when she came in, so it's not a friend I knew who came in here, but I consider her a friend now because she is one of the most inspiring, amazing people I've ever met. And I know I've talked to Phil a lot about this, Dr. Navarro, of wanting to provide more support for her. And it's always come back, well, we have to, everything is data now, and we have to quantify things, and we can't quantify what she does all the time. And that's true. I mean, we can talk about suspension exchange and how many people have been through that, but you only have to be in her little room while kids are coming on through break or lunch. And there's 50 at a time, and you have to go see it. It's amazing. And how she affects kids and the campus is really not quantifiable. And I so much appreciate that the district still is supporting this because it's changed the campus at Corona Del Mar. I know at Estancia, where she has a really robust program right now, it is starting to take the same effect over there. And she met with Dr. Bolton last year and has started a program over there. So we really are building it, and I just cannot say more about how great this program is.
Mrs. Fleur.
I think we owe a debt of gratitude because it's not only the kids that are helping, but you're helping the families. You're providing a lifeline as an Al-Anon parent and as a parent of kids in deep recovery and semi-recovery into hard things that started. It's a lifeline for the students to be able to go, but it's also a lifeline because, trust me on this, parents are at their wits' end. They don't know where to go either. And so when you provide that support for the kid through One Recovery, you're providing support for the family because it's all wrapped around in the services, and they feel a sense of relief that their kid is getting help because they couldn't do it, because they're too close to the situation. So, Lynn, thank you very much for what you're doing. It's amazing, amazing, amazing work.
Mrs. Snell.
I echo the same thoughts, and I appreciate the young men sitting through this meeting for 2 hours. And you still have a smile on your face. I've been watching you. I thought, okay, what class are they from that they have to come for 2 hours? But I just want you students to know what a difference you're making in other students' life. That connection, I think that will be with you forever as you meet adults who have a lot of the same issues. And you're going to know how to reach out to them. And it's just going to make you better people. And I thank you for coming tonight and sticking it out. And it's a great program. I'm going to come to the Estancia, and I want, where is she? Where'd she go? Oh, there you are. Yeah, I would like to drop in to, if it's not too intrusive. Yeah, are you sure?
No.
Tell me the truth, boys. Oh, yeah, okay, I can do that. No, thank you so much for coming and your heartfelt, what you're doing is obviously from the heart, and it's obvious to everyone here, so thank you.
And I do want to tell you guys, we do have exit surveys that the kids do at suspension exchange.
Oh, great.
Can you read that for me,
Can you read that into the mic?
And raised awareness about how I treat others.
Yes.
Yeah. So we are collecting data on this as well.
We'll have data. Ooh. Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the service agreement?
So moved.
Mrs. Flor moved.
Second.
Mrs. Yelsey seconded. Any other further discussion? I'm reading to make sure. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Flor.
Oh.
It's a Mrs. Flor thing.
Oh, it's a Mrs. Fleur thing. It's a Mrs. Fleur thing. Well, we are pleased, Ms.
This is so much
Anderson,
easier
Ms.
to read.
Bartow, and myself are pleased to present to you the very beginnings of a process that we started back in whenever, last year. Or the,
Last spring.
well, actually,
Last spring. Well, this process.
this process.
Yes.
It is the beginning draft of a governance handbook. I want to thank Michelle and Ashley because, you know, for years, we've had a pretty stable board and things were just humming along, but we were just doing things kind of routinely because we didn't have a lot of change on the board. So we weren't necessarily welcoming because we were welcoming ourselves. And we didn't have an orientation on what the expectations were, what the protocols were, what the norms were, of how we operated. And so I really want to thank Ashley and Michelle for not only serving on the board, but also bringing to the attention some of our systems, to use your word, Dr. Navarro, that they were supposed to absorb by osmosis. And just, you know, it's just like, well, this is the way we do it. And like any good adult and any good child, they say, well, why? And we say, because we told you so. So this is the beginning of a process. There are some items that are missing. We took a look at several different governance handbooks. We had a 2-day workshop on governance and started developing some protocols. They took a look at some significant, they weren't real crazy about the way the format was, and so we've reformatted it to make it a little bit clearer. This is a living, breathing document. There will be appendices to it. There are going to be additions. There are missing portions of it. But I would like to take you, you can read this at your pleasure, at your leisure. The most important parts are at the beginning of page 13, 14. We're talking about discussion of roles and responsibilities. Part of these are on the in our board bylaws, and so we'll be adjusting that. But beginning on page 16 are the protocols. Some of these were recommended, we had an adoption, but some of them have been recommended to be incorporated now. And so they're in chunks: board unity and support for the vote, board and superintendent communications, how we communicate with staff, electronic media, visiting schools, so that we have protocols established on when we're going to be visiting a school, recommending that when we visit a school, we call let the superintendent's office know, we make an appointment, the report back, so that it's pretty codified, so we all know what our expectations are, so that we're all operating under the same governance team. Even so much as, if you're visiting outside your trustee area, please do the courtesy of letting the other trustee of that area know what's going on. And then how do we handle complaints? So that we're all talking about the same thing, processing the same information and requiring them. On page, confidentiality, on page 21 is really the beginning of where we are looking at, is we're really defining an orientation for school board candidates, because there is a difference between school board candidates and also school board, welcoming school board members. So we have actually codified and recommended that, for example, that school board candidates, once an individual's name has been published in the Registrar of Voters official handbook, they are considered a qualified candidate, and that the superintendent, they will convene an orientation meeting so that they'll receive the same information about the school programs, the district operations, what the board's responsibilities are. And that the superintendent or the designees to give that to all qualified school board candidates, not just the ones, but anybody who requests it, who is a qualified. And then welcoming the board president within 30 days of an election will convene an orientation meeting with the newly elected board members to provide the information and provide them a handbook and give them the budget and information like that. So it's pretty clear of exactly what those protocols are. It's not complete. Absolutely not complete. We are still working on incorporating all of the agenda items, before the meeting, the agenda prep, qualifying what that is, when information is given to the board, who responds, how that operates during a board meeting. All of that information is coming, as well as there'll be some appendices. There'll be the board bylaws, the board policies. Sherry's working on that to get it, because if you print it out off the computer, it's really
It's
long.
wonky.
It's really long and wonky. Talking about travel procedures, talking about, they'll get the budget, superintendent's contract. Once the superintendent's new evaluation document is developed and done, talking about committees, even so far as graduations. Who does the graduations? Now that we're in trustee areas, how is that going to work? With that, our two newest board members, Michelle and Ashley, did attend, are attending the MIG conference, and they have a couple of comments, and they had a couple of suggestions that they would like to include. But with that, we're really excited. I think we're going to have a very robust document. It's not going to be, it'll be pretty long, but it'll be really.
We'll get a binder.
You're going to get a binder. But with that, there are some things that I think beg the question of us having a study session. So I'm going to turn it over to Michelle and Ashley for their input on it, and we can go from there.
Want to go first? You want me to go first? Okay. So a couple of things that came up from talking to different board members at different districts that I think would be really helpful is having in January, for example, it could be any time, but January is when a lot of districts do it, is a sort of formalized protocol review and just kind of going over the protocols that are there. Not the full policy manual, just the board protocols. And then at that time, putting together committees for different sorts of things. We didn't want to put specifically what committees, because I think it's important to look at what's going to be happening that year and adjust accordingly, but have committees that meet regularly to do big things. From human relations could be one of them, but other things we talked about were making sure that the evaluation documents that we're using really capture the vision and that we're going towards the goals that we want and looking at that routinely. And then also bringing in a governance calendar that's not necessarily date specific, but you know that in these months, these things always happen around the board. And then, we talked about having opportunity for a floating, sort of a floater board member. Yeah, for board, yeah, go ahead.
So one of the things I feel like for us, particularly coming in new, one of the main roles of a board member is being able to be a part of the policy making and to be reviewing that before it's all codified. So we had heard, and we think this could be a great idea, there's 3 people that are currently on that committee. So to have 2 existing board members, but then have the 3rd be a floating spot. So it would be October would be this person, November, that would be a changing spot. So the policy team is not an insular team that any new board member is not able to be a part of it when that's a huge part of our role.
Did you want to talk about the governance, the two.
Martha, they can't hear
I'm
you.
sorry, the section about the governance goals, the board goals, and you wanted to add that too?
Yeah, so one of the other things that we've been learning this year is that highly effective school boards focus on student achievement more so than budget, finance, and facilities. So we've seen that, I think in some of our meetings we're getting there, but to have a complete, this is our focus, student achievement preschool through the STEP program. So there is a roles of our school board for how we can do that, and that is already something that we can just adopt it, and it's a really simple process. And a lot of it are things that I think we have the intention to do, but to have the clear processes, it's accountability also for the public to see here are the 5 things that the school board's doing. One of the things is clear accountability, extensive data, using the data, having that publicly distributed. So there are a lot of pieces that we were really excited that I think will keep us really focused on student achievement.
And one of the ideas was having long-term goals, yearly goals, and then in our regular committee meetings, making sure that our yearly goals are being achieved and moving us towards the long term. And then additionally, we talked about having a sort of internal website document that would allow us to make sure that we can find all of our internal documents and as an easy access for that.
And to also have conversation meetings. I feel like at times, we didn't even know that was an option. So to have not a study session, but conversation, so we are publicly able to have those conversations. So, we can have, this priority is not being met. How are we having those? We just don't have those conversations, so.
I think these are all wonderful plans and ideas. When I got on the board, there was an assumption, because I was a district employee for 24 years, that I was just write in and slide, and I was constantly saying, is there any kind of paper that tells me what's coming up next? What do I have to do now? And the difference, I ask questions ad nauseum. I was asking questions everywhere. And one of the things I said is, can't we get a handbook? Don't we have something? So I couldn't be happier that this is coming out. And it's definitely going to take a study session, because we're going to have to sit down and say, well, what goes next? And here's the tentative table of contents and the ideas of, here's the tentative things in the appendix. What should we have also? Okay, let's have these things too. And it is going to be a living, breathing document, because we're going to have to eventually have the document, and then we'll say, okay, stop it right here. And then we can say, oh, we should have added this. Okay, well then we can do that. So that's why a binder is good, because you can open it up and add things and not have to worry about it. So I've already actually asked Dr. Navarro to talk to Mrs. Snyder to see if she can, and this is a real challenge for our board, find some days where we can have a study session, because it'll be hours. It won't be, 20 minutes. So I'm excited about it. Thank you for the work you've already done, which is already hours.
A practical idea which came out of the Masters in Governance too is which I thought was a really great idea. Leave it to Berkeley. So the Berkeley School Board, school district up there, what they do is they actually time minutes in school board meetings to make sure that, that we always talk about how high performance boards spend most of their time on student achievement. So they actually time minutes discussing things, so then they can kind of look over the year, like, are we spending the majority of our time on student achievement or on other things like that?
Or bird walking.
Right, exactly. So I thought that was really great, because it does keep you accountable over time. It's important to talk about all of those things. And then one other thing was for new board members who have not yet been sworn in. You kind of feel like you just got this job. You don't really know. It starts in 3 weeks. Great. See you in 3 weeks.
That's what the handbook should
So making sure that information includes, again, things like budget, but documents that are publicly available that you may have missed because it was covered in a May meeting when you weren't on the board yet, and so therefore didn't attend, things like that.
Yeah, and we did ask Sherry to check with our attorney, to talk to Dr. Navarro about checking with the attorney about what can we do between their election in November
and their swearing in.
then they're swearing in December. And one of the big issues is, because we put it in the handbook, that we'd automatically register for Masters in Governance and annual conference. But now, as the process goes, and as we go to the third week, The swearing in is the third week in December.
Because of Ed Code.
Because of Ed Code. It is now a situation where newly elected board members, what's the process? How do we send them? I mean, we did it this year, but we want to make sure that it's clear because otherwise it would be considered a gift of public funds. And so we need to get some clarification legally on whether we can, because.
We don't want to wait. We don't want to wait for a whole year. Because they have new board member stuff
So
there.
we need to get some
yeah.
clarification. So Sherry and Dr. Navarro are going to be checking on some of the legal, what can and cannot be done between the November 4th or the first Tuesday in the month of November and the December, the swearing in the third week. So that's where we stand. So whenever you schedule that meeting, we'll be ready.
Mrs. Yelsey.
So is the next step for us to schedule the study session, for us to read this and then go back and talk about it? We're not,
Our motion's going to be to read and review. That's to approve that we're moving
We're just
forward
moving,
with this?
this is,
Do we have
okay,
to,
this
do we
says
have to
receive,
act?
review, and discuss, so.
Oh, I don't have to move anything, good, providing direction. Okay, what I'd like you to do then, I can do that.
still work, we'll finish the rest of it up.
You guys keep working on it. We'll read what we've already received. Sherry and will help us schedule the study session, and then we can really delve into it with flat tables and highlighters and little tabs.
The main things that need updating are the appendices, which are up for discussion anyway, and then making sure that the vision, mission, priorities are all accurate. That's about it.
And the policies, and we need to make sure we have how the agenda is set. And there are a couple of policies that the policy committee needs to look at. And Sherry brought this up to the attention, is that because we're going to one meeting a month, and the attendance and when the board gets, well, it has to do,
different
it has to do with meeting attendance and pay.
Got it.
Payroll. Our current policy states that
Oh.
if you miss a meeting, there has to be a resolution put on the agenda to allow that individual
Oh, yeah,
to be
let's look at
paid,
that.
or you had to go, so we need to have a look at the board policies to begin with also, because there are several that need to be updated, so.
The board section of the board policies, our board bylaws.
The board bylaws.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. So I've given direction, so we can move on. Are you, everybody good with that? Cool. Thank you so much. I know this is necessary, and it'll help all new board members. Okay, now, we have the discussion action on all the moved consent calendar items, and I have the stack. So, item number,
So we're going to.
I'm going, I'm,
For discussion action.
yes, I'm opening up the items that were on the consent calendar for discussion action. I've got the numbers in order, and I will try my very best not to miss somebody's number that, because if you have multiples that I don't miss it. But we're starting with 17A1.
Do you want me to put it on the motion? Do you want a motion and then?
I need a
Okay.
motion to, oh, right.
Item 17A1, ratify amendment number 1 to agreement with Pfeiffer Partners for Estancia High School Theater Project.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
You can move it.
I thought she made the motion. I was just going to
You
second
need a
it.
second, right?
Okay.
Go ahead and second.
We've got it. You've got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got, yeah. Okay, now we're in discussion.
Right.
Dr. Navarro.
So, Mr. Holcomb?
Was there?
We're on item A1. Please give us some background on it.
Sure. So item 17A1 is an agreement, an amendment to the agreement with the architect for the Estancia High School Theater, as Ms. Zaresny described earlier this evening. When we first started looking at that project, the contemplation was only to review 5 different locations on the campus. And as the team looked at it, we believed that it was best to consider every possible location, which actually added 2 more locations on the campus to see whether or not they were a better fit. That both took additional time and additional services from the architect. So they requested additional fees for that, and I approved that during the period when the board was in recess for the summer, so that the architect could continue on with the process and we wouldn't lose any additional time.
Okay.
Is there somebody,
Anybody else have any?
somebody?
No, I just want
yeah.
more detail, and in public, that's all.
And there's nobody that wants to speak to that one?
No,
Okay.
no, so, did you get your answer?
Yes, thank
So
you.
you can call the question if you want.
Call the question? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, moving on.
5-0.
5-0.
Yeah.
We're going to 17A4. May I have a motion?
Motion to receive the 2018-19 unaudited audit actual report.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Navarro?
Yes, Mr. Trader, some background, please?
So this represents the unaudited actuals for the 18-19 year, and it includes all of your financial statements and also your statement of average daily attendance. And so with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, I have a few questions. Okay, so with our ADA, that is lower than I expected for the 19,368, and that's the projected. I thought we were closer to 20,000 is only my question.
Say that last part again, I'm sorry, I didn't.
So I thought that number for ADA was close, like above 20,000.
Yeah, we have been experiencing, as with the state, the entire state, I just read something the other day where the state has dropped 1%, which is unheard of. And so we're experiencing that kind of drop in enrollments. And so that is the projection of where we're at. And ADA is going down. It's not really a function of, how do you say, students not attending, meaning they're missing school. It's a function of less enrollment.
Okay.
But ADA is average daily attendance.
Correct.
And so you can have more students and still have a lower ADA.
Yes.
Thank you. That was my question. Okay, and then with LCFF, just humor me and explain that, please.
Explain LCFF, go ahead.
Really briefly. For revenues for 2018, 2019, we have an extra 20 million, the 2019-20 budget.
Yes, let me go there. It's- So you're referring to page 1, and you're looking at LCFF sources, and that just is local control funding sources, which is really property taxes and the EPA account, which is the education protection account. So, sorry, you're looking at the variance or
Well, I believe the question, if I may, is that why do we have that money there, first of all, and why is it going up? So the answer is very simple. The state has a formula that we have to contribute to LCFF based on our unduplicated count of students. So it can go up, and there is a target, and we've been moving up every year to meet that target. Accurate?
Are we talking about revenue?
No, yeah, I'm talking about the LCF requirement to target enough money. We've been moving up every year on that.
That's correct. We're meeting the target. That target's about 17 million, 16.8 million.
Okay. And then the LCFF, since that's mostly property taxes, that's the projection is 3.9% increase. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, those are my biggest questions, because the difference between the ADA versus the student count, and then I love that we have budgeted an extra $20 million, but I wanted to know where it was coming from. Thank you.
Property tax, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, do we, We've already moved and seconded it.
Yep.
Any further Ms. Anderson?
There's just one more. So when we were talking about the resolution for the interfund transfers, so it's zeroed out for last year. So part of my reason for asking, when does that money come back? Do we need a resolution? Where does that money go? So in D1, A and B. So
We're on 17A4?
Yeah, so page
it's
one,
Page,
or I guess
it's
page two.
page 2. Oh, well, it says page 1 at the bottom. There's 2 page 1s. In D, other financing sources and uses, D1, it says interfund transfers in and out. And for restricted, which is general fund, and even unrestricted, it's 241. There's not, that, I'm wondering if we're taking that money out for 4 or 5 months, it should be reflected back on here though, right? That it's going back in, or no?
This is last year's.
Right, but it's for 2 years, so it should reflect for this year.
It's this year and next year.
What you're seeing here is what actually is going to be transferred out of the general fund. These interfund borrowings are all balance sheet items, and so those are like a loan, so to speak. So if we have a loan on the books, it's not going to really impact your net worth, so to speak. So for this, what you're looking at is what is actually being transferred out of the general fund, has nothing to do with the interfund borrowings that go on. So for example, in 1819, is that what you're looking at, the 1819 year?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the 1819 year, $21,971,930 was transferred out of the general fund.
So what is that though? Is that the category where the resolution that was just on the table will go?
No.
Is that where?
This
So
is
how
not
are we
related to the borrowings whatsoever. This is money that actually gets transferred out of the general fund to support facilities. So for example, all the air conditioning that we're doing, all of the fencing, security, those kinds of things.
Okay.
This is really complicated stuff.
No, no, I
what I
have
would-
more questions, but
yeah.
I'll ask them after
But
I've researched.
what I recommend is that you schedule time with Jeff, then he can go through it with you
Oh, he's wonderful.
individually. And I know that that was something that Mrs. Snell and Mrs. Matoye did years ago. So that's what I would recommend, because there's some pretty detailed information there.
Thank you.
Great questions.
Okay. It was moved by Mrs. Snell, seconded by Mrs. Yelsey, I hope. Oh, no, I don't have speakers on this one. I'm okay till 17.8A. We're not there yet. We're still on 4. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, 6-0. 17.6.
A6. You want?
Oh, it's to approve the agreement with Blattner and Associates for legislative advisory and advocacy. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Snell, seconded by Mrs. Flor. Discussion? Ms. Anderson?
Hi, so one of my questions with this, it sounds like we've been using them for a long time. My question isn't to get rid of them necessarily, just that I would love measurables, like what they're actually working on for us, so we can track and make sure. We've gotten a couple of emails, but not a lot. And then my other concern is a 3-year contract rather than a 1-year contract. Why are we doing a 3-year, not a 1-year?
Mr. Holcomb?
The reason why a 3-year contract versus a 1-year contract is because the district has had a long-standing relationship with Mr. Blattner and has historically used 3-year contracts, and we had no reason to change that practice
Is there
at the current
is there an
time.
out
There's-
clause?
I can look it up.
So it's kind of what Mrs. Flores said. We've done it one way. What, for me, I think if we're having, I would like to see that we actually are getting what we're paying for. And so I would like to know that there are measurables and that we can track what's going on, particularly for someone who is doing lobbying work. It's a little nebulous. So I would like to have more scope of what is actually being accomplished.
So you'd like the summary that we've just received, 2 of you'd like to see continually?
Yes.
I think it's also important to know that there are benefits from the continuity, because he is a lobbyist, which means that he's paid, he has to be registered with the state, he has to follow that. But you know, the legislature also puts in 2-year bills. So many of the bills, for example, in CTE, some of the bills that we have been pushing and lobbying for the last several years has now been pushed off to a 2-year bill. So I think it's important for the continuity at least to have a 2-year, if not a 3-year, because of that. Mr. Blattner is well regarded within California circles up in Sacramento. He's well known. He has established relationships, as evidenced by some of his documentation that he just recently sent us. It was because he knew somebody, he was related to somebody, that ergo they were able to get some information ahead of what was actually happening. He was particularly involved at the time that Antonio Villaraigosa, the mayor of LA, wanted to take over LA Unified School District, and he was right there at the forefront assisting our school districts, because we knew that if LA Unified fell, so would many other school districts. And so he along with our other cadre of CSBA and other lobbyists up and down the state of California really coalesced around defeating that potential bill that was making its way through and had a good chance of being signed into law.
And to underscore what Mrs. Flores is saying is, he understands the needs of a community-funded district like ours. Yes. And he understands that ours is the most unique community-funded district. We have the largest free and reduced lunch. We are the largest community-funded district right now. And so he understands 2 things, is that the state is always after community-funded district money. They're always trying to figure out how to get more. So that's why we're not in the LCFF, because they didn't want to send us any more money. That's why we don't get our basic aid $120 anymore per student, because they don't want to give us that money. And they're trying to figure out how to get to our property taxes all the time. And so he understands what to look for. Perfect case in point was a recent bond guidelines that they were trying to put through, where our match was going to be $1 for every 3 we paid. And, you know, he, like Mrs. Flores said, knew exactly who the committee leaders were and who to talk to. And the consultants up there, you can call them lobbyists or call them consultants, the consultants band together. And so he leads a group of other consultants. So they together work together, and without making us a target at the same time. So we need to fly below the radar while at the same time have him. So in the last year, he's contributed to at least protecting us from losing $2 to $3 million. And who knows what this last one was. Mr. Holcomb will tell you that the guidelines are not good, even when the way they came out. We may never get money because we may never get on the priority list. But at least, you know, we would get a 50-50 match if we did get considered. So it's a complicated world. You need somebody who knows it and somebody who's well connected with all the other consultants up there. He used to work for school services. He used to work with
Irvine Unified, wasn't it?
Irvine Unified, and so he really understands school systems really, really well. And the best thing about it is his radar's up all the time. So he'll call me when he's learning of something. So when Sarah was having the issue with special ed money and whether we were going to be included, he called me and I was sending that information to Sarah. These bond regulations, he called me. So I'd be happy to share information with the board whenever I get it. I'd be happy to arrange for you to go to Sacramento And he would be happy to take you through the state and show you what they do and how they do it. He loves to take board members up there, and so if you are interested in doing that, we can do that too.
Cool. Mrs. Bartow.
So I looked at his website, and I feel like you can always tell how good a lobbyist is by how bad his website is. It's like inversely proportional. So his is 2009 since it's been updated. So
Sorry, it must be a great one.
But joking aside, I love. It seems reasonable to me the cost. The only thing that I would love to see is this school district, Dixon. I sent an email. They just provide a summary of like what he does, which is great. And then how often do we get updates from him? Can we get quarterly updates or something that's just a summary for all of us?
I can send you whenever he sends me an update because it's sporadic.
Got it.
We don't know when they're coming or when the information is coming, but I'd be happy to forward those to you every time. I can ask him also to, so he gives us summaries even when it has nothing to do with us. He basically will give you a legislative analyst summary so that you could use.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And we could actually have you call him and see what his take is on some of the legislate,
That'd
so
be
on.
awesome. Yeah.
But yeah, we can put you in more contact with him. And he loves to speak to people. So
Former school board member in Dixon. They've got a great primary restaurant there.
Good to know.
But Mrs. Bartow, that is the correct way that we need to complete our agenda online document. What you have from Dixon, we just didn't complete it that way. We'll make sure that doesn't happen again.
Thank you.
In answer to your question about termination, paragraph 5 of the general conditions allows the district to terminate at any time that we want to terminate.
Okay. Call for the question.
Excellent, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 6-0. 17A7.
Move approval of agreement with TRG Land, Inc. for consulting services regarding the Banning Ranch property.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion.
You don't have any discussion?
Before I hand it off to Mr. Holcomb, I just want to let you know this is a continuation of the issue that we have going as we deal with the Coastal Commission on the fence that was placed to protect the property. I will tell you that Tim has shared with me that the natural conditions are flourishing inside our fence, not so much outside our fence, because there are people walking all around there, and they're not walking on our side. But I'm going to hand it off to Tim. We're still in the middle of negotiations with them about what we're going to do with that fence, and we do have to do some other work. So we need to move into an agreement with them so that we can actually put a gate on the driveway that leads to our property and keep the homeless off and keep people from parking on that property, and other people using it to stage construction, actually, without our permission. So, Mr. Holcomb?
Yes, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm not exactly sure what questions you might have. You have the background of what TRG does for us. We do have an outstanding condition that the Coastal Commission notified the district about years ago. It's involved a significant amount of work with biologists and with TRG Land to figure out what it will take to get approval from the Coastal Commission. This last little bit, we've been working very diligently trying to close that. It's been quite a number of years to get us through this. We thought we were close, but it is a very, very complicated process. And so TRG Land has been the district's consultant in the past, and this is this year's agreement. So last time we brought this, I looked it up, was for last year's services. This is so that TRG can continue to support us this year in trying to resolve our issues with the Coastal Commission regarding the property.
Ms. Anderson?
Thank you. Yes, and I noticed that. I did know that we voted for it, though, in March after the fact, so that's why it seemed recent to me. I think that TRG is probably doing a great job. One of the things that's in their contract, though, is that they will do closed session reports. And so that was part of their contract
That's
from
correct.
last year. We haven't received that. So
Well,
if that happened when
we
we
did-
weren't
we-
here yet, I would like to request that we have that done because we would like a lot more information on Banning Ranch. We're coming in really cold with a lot of, and so it's in the contract, and so we want to
Yes.
request that that's
Ab-
done quickly.
Absolutely. The last time that we did an update was right before you were seated, a couple of months before you were seated, I believe. And we are talking about getting an update together. A lot of it has to do with having the best information and the best milestones to bring to you. So we've been talking about it for the last month or thereabouts, trying to figure out when the best time was. Through the recent application and our postponement of the recent application, we started talking again about, but we will be intending to come to you in a closed session very shortly.
And this also follows up on Mrs. Bartow's request for the same session. And I had been talking to Mr. Holcomb, and he gave me the same answer. They're trying to figure out what the milestones are. We could just do a meeting, but then that might require a second subsequent meeting. So I think the group would like to give you as complete of information as possible. It's amazing, the complexities and the kind of the struggles between our biologists and their biologists, to be honest.
The Coastal Commission's always hard to deal with.
Can we look forward to maybe by the end of October? Or,
That's in the range of where we were
Okay.
aiming for.
so it's not someday?
Right, thank you.
So
Yeah.
actually, to give you context for that, without us, putting an exact pin in a map, we postponed the application for 90 days. So we had made the application, we postponed it for 90 days, and we have a lot of work to do in those 90 days, at which point I'm confident in speaking with the staff with TRG Land that we will need to have a meeting with you sometime within those 90 days to get specific direction about how we're going to go forward and to bring you completely up to speed.
You're fine.
That was part of my question because to me, I mean, the California Superior Court decided that Banning Ranch told the city of Newport Beach that that area is off the table for right now. So that's why I was wondering why all of a sudden it had been an ongoing, like we're consulting with TRG, but then this new contract is for civil engineering, biological surveys. So, that's where I was, I hadn't heard that the September meeting with the Coastal Commission was postponed. So that's where we're just not getting enough information
We
on
do
that.
have to discuss too much real estate stuff real estate has to be discussed in closed session.
Right.
So that's why I was trying to pinpoint us like within modern times as opposed to someday.
That's right.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Mrs. Bartow?
That was I had one more question too. That was my main question was if we can get roughly a date of when we could see that, just because when we have people coming to board meetings and I have no idea what they're talking about,
So
that's bad for me.
we're going to target the second meeting in October.
And if for some reason they say, better to make it November, then.
We'll let you know.
Yeah, but
That
not
sounds-
beyond,
Okay.
okay?
Is there an opportunity that, because I think there's two different issues here that they're talking about. One is we're talking about the legal issues going on right now between the fence. And then there's the whole Banning Ranch Conservancy issue and the Banning Ranch property that we happen to own. Is there a way that you can schedule, Dr. Navarro, a meeting with Tim and you and just go over the two, they're really separate issues. And then perhaps that would help clarify some of the issues because what we're approving here is really dealing with the fence and access and all of that versus the Banning Ranch.
Well, I think you need to know that Tim has approached all of those issues holistically in the whole discussion.
All right.
And so we do have counsel on both of those issues.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And so that is something you really need to discuss and close because it
Okay.
is a real estate
But
issue.
can you have a meeting just with the two of them? or
I'd
you
rather
wanna-
have a meeting with all of you
Okay,
and with
all right.
counsel.
Oh,
I don't want to not have counsel there and make.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
Because I'm not a lawyer, I can't give you legal
Okay,
advice.
perfect, great.
Okay.
Thanks.
And then the other one was just not for I don't need it today, but at all, because I'm just asking right now. What could I get some actuals on how often we're using these services? I know we're contracting for a total amount, but do we have historically we use them 80%?
Yeah, we could get you some historical information. Generally, for the last 7 years, most all of the services have had to do with rectifying the noncompliance of installing the fence without a coastal commission permit. That involved for a period of time having biologists do studies so that we knew what was going on, so that we could then reapproach the coastal commission. So it has all been
tied together,
related to that and leading toward hopefully this outcome of resolving the issue with the coastal commission.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 6-0. 17A8, we have a speaker. Can we speak
Yeah,
first?
let's go discussion action
Okay,
first.
motion, got it. We'll move, we'll talk,
Yeah.
we'll let the speaker speak.
Who's going to move this one?
And we need a motion to approve. the
Motion to approve.
Renewal bid of asbestos abatement treatment, not all those in favor. Who will move?
I'll move the approved renewal of bid number 111-17 for professional asbestos abatement time and materials.
Thank you. Second?
Yes, second.
Ms. Anderson seconded it. Discussion, information.
Yeah, I just want to point out that this is professional asbestos removal, not amateur asbestos removal. So I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Holcomb.
Yes. This is our on-call abatement contractor. Districts, ever since asbestos became an issue, have always had to address the question of what to do when you encounter asbestos for one reason or another, typically because of a construction project, sometimes because of a maintenance project. And so in the early days, it was a very, very challenging process to go through because the state of our national standards and litigation and contractors was a very, very heightened level, and went through a lot of work to get a consultant. Over the decades now, since the issue was identified, this has really become a very routine process. And the contractors who do this all have specific educational requirements and certifications. It used to be that a general contractor didn't even want to touch asbestos abatement. You had to do that separately with a separate contractor. That's no longer the case. And my point there really is that this is now something that is so well defined in the regulations that everybody knows what to do. And everybody does it, and we do it year in and year out as we need to when we encounter asbestos that's in an encapsulated state, in a state that's safe, up to the time that it needs to be remediated for some reason. Or in some cases, we may choose to remediate it just so that it's gone, so we never have to deal with it again. And this is the contractor who won this year's bid for us to provide that service on an as-needed basis when we encounter it.
Mr. Holcomb, who does the testing? Is this the same company? Will they also do the testing afterwards?
No, there's a separate company that does all of the testing to make sure that it's been done safely.
Okay.
So are there specific guidelines in terms of, once somebody sees it, and I don't know what it look like, but
asbestos
say somebody
tile,
picks up
So-
usually at the tile or it's a ceiling thing, is there a specific process as relates to how what's the procedures?
Yeah, yes, there is. And I see Mr. Bissendick is still here. It may be good to have him make his way up to help with this. But As I mentioned, decades ago, there was a lot of concern. Folks didn't, the state of the questions in the industry was still very much in flux. As things have gone on, everybody knows the types of materials that historically might contain asbestos. Everybody knows what the rules are. All the tradespeople are trained not to disturb things that look like they might contain that. So either the district staff has already identified that the material is existing and will need to be abated, and so we just plan for it. We from the get-go say underneath that carpet, we know that there is floor tile from back when it contained asbestos fibers. It's been encapsulated for years, but we need to replace the carpet, so we're going to need to do so under abatement protocols, and since we're removing the carpet under abatement protocols anyway, let's get rid of all of the asbestos so we never have to do this again. So part of it is our own staff is trained in that so that they go to look for it. But the contractors are also trained so that if they identify something that raises a concern, they bring it to our attention. We send out a testing laboratory to take a sample. The testing laboratory checks it. They tell us whether or not it contains asbestos or not. And then we know from all of the protocols what the next step is if we find that a material exists. Anything you would add, Mr. Bidnick?
What he said.
So access is restricted?
So when abatement is occurring, absolutely, access is restricted. So what will happen is if a contractor or our employee goes to look to see if an asbestos material is there, they look and they see, and they don't disturb it. They say, I see something, that's what I've identified, I'm going to have it tested. Then the testing is done under protocols so that we don't have a release. And then when the abatement itself occurs, there's a very rigorous protocol that involves making sure that the area in which it's being abated has no access except to the people who are involved in the abatement process and who've gone through all the testing and training and everything else.
Thank you.
Mr. Dowdy.
Doctor.
Dr. Dowdy, thank you. Sorry, Britt.
Just hang around.
I just destroyed your doctorate again. It's okay. That's just doctorate envy.
So good evening, I'm Britt Dowdy. I'm president of the Newport Mesa Federation of Teachers. Thank you, members of the board, Mrs. Metoyer, the president, Dr. Navarro, and community. My question related to this agenda item really is about communication, getting to the employees impacted. I spoke to this a few board meetings ago, and while everything that Mr. Holcomb described sounds like it's done very well, our concern is that when employees hear the words asbestos, there's a level of fear. And so with these protocols, if we are noticing that we're on the uptick, that this is occurring again, we would ask that within that protocol that there is a way to communicate all of the things that we just heard in some kind of a format that could go to the persons that work in that area where the asbestos was found to help alleviate fears and to be clear. For example, there was some asbestos found in a classroom at one of our schools after the school year had begun, and there was a communication that was sent right away to the persons that were in the adjacent room as well as that room, and it helped. It helped significantly and was able to help calm people down. So we would just ask that that gets included in that protocol. The other thing is a reminder that many of our employees who've been in the district for some time, including union leaders, remember a presentation that was given by the prior business officer that was saying that we didn't have asbestos in the district. And so I think there may be a misperception about things that needed to be removed versus things that could just be left alone and not disturbed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 5-0. (17A11),
Move approval to reject all bids for bid number 114-19, Estancia High School Aquatic Center Project
Point of
Increment
order.
2.
Do we need to wait for Vicky to come back? Vicky didn't get to vote on that.
I know, I didn't get to vote on the first one either.
Oh, okay, I
So,
just didn't know if.
as long as we have enough, and,
Okay.
yeah, that's what happened.
Okay.
Rejecting the bids,
Moved.
you moved.
Second.
Floor.
Thank you. Floor moved, Yelsey seconded.
Any questions on that one?
So
Yep.
let me explain both this item and
12, they're tied.
the very next item.
yeah, they're the same.
Number 12, because they go together. As you see in the summary that we provided, the district received 8 bids for this project, which is a very good bid, what we tend to call coverage. In order to know that we're receiving the best possible price, it's good to see that you have a significant number of people who are submitting proposals, and 8 is a great number. As they were reviewed, what we found was that there were 3 low bidders within a few $10,000s of dollars of each other. And they were all at, I believe it was 1.6 million, Ada? $1.67 million. And the 4th low bidder was at 1.7 and some change. And so there was a good amount of difference between where the lows were and where the next was, but all 3 of the low bidders had used a subcontractor that had not gone through our pre-qualification process, which means that we cannot award to those 3 bidders. We reviewed it. We believe that the subcontractor could have qualified, unfortunately was just late. And therefore, we can save well over $100,000, we believe, in rebidding this project. The contractors appear to still be very interested in the project. And so one concern is not to spend more than we need to for a project. The other issue is that as we looked at it, we found some areas of the project where we were over budget. Not terribly over budget, but we're over budget. And we found some areas where we can improve that during the rebidding process so that we can bring the project back within budget or much closer to budget. So as we looked at it, we debated the issue, and thank you for allowing us to rush this to your agenda at this point. It's all with the goal of trying to get the best possible value for the school at the best price in the quickest possible time.
Mrs. Bartow?
Thank you for addressing it. I see stuff on here that says pool, and I know people are sensitive about having that pool completed. So I just wanted to address that, understand that we are moving forward, but I wanted to know what the rejection was. So thank you.
And as Mrs. Zaresny mentioned earlier, we very specifically took increment 1 to make sure that everything that we contracted for there was everything that would be necessary to open the pool by our stated deadline in February. And so we're still on schedule, or even many times they've been a week or so ahead of schedule on the project. So we're very much confident that we're going to be able to complete the pool itself in time for the spring swim season.
Dr. Dowdy? Okay. It's been moved. Do we have any other questions? No, these are different. These, we're
Just wanna
good.
make sure.
These are As, these are Bs, that's Ds. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of approval?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, can I have a motion and a second for 12? That was just 11.
Yes, I move to approve
Mrs. Bartow moved.
17A12.
Second?
A second.
Mrs. Snell seconded. We've kind of discussed already. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 6-0. 15, are 15 and 16 equally connected, or are they different? They look different.
They're different, but they are similar. So,
Okay,
so you,
Can we move them together and discuss them together, board? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm not sure why they were pulled, so, yeah.
It's been, who's moving? I need a motion.
I don't know, that's what I was, yeah.
The context, so shouldn't we keep them together? Does someone have comment on them, or?
Well, you know what? Let's just do them separately. Do I have a motion for number 17A15?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Flor, seconded by Mrs. Yelsey.
on both of these, I will do better by asking Mr. Bidnick to come up and address your questions.
Thank you.
This is on pest management.
Yes.
Okay. Rats.
Well, Mr. Bidnick's getting his steps in today.
Yeah, yeah. I need to seat closer to the podium. Good evening again. Do we want to start with one?
Yes.
That was Pest Roots.
Okay, so Pest Roots is a reporting software that professional pest control companies used to assist with customer management. What we're looking at using it for is a reporting mechanism that we could use to inspect and follow up with school sites and provide a detailed report. It has a lot of functions that are really important for pest control operations. The utility for this would be our in-house staff conducting pest inspections and providing reports and findings and being able to follow up and track pest activities at our schools. So it's a tool to aid us in our pest management program.
Mrs. Flor?
So, okay, so opening up a can of worms here. So are you saying that this is a better system than what we've had before, that we were relying when a customer, which I'm assuming would be anybody that's not in maintenance and operations, a customer calls and says, there are rat droppings. We were relying on a system, or did we have a system that it was not adequate to address the issue, and that this will address the issue more rapidly, and you can track everything and make sure that it's done? Is that basically what it is?
So I think what we're trying to get at is we have a work order system. So if one of our school sites reports a problem, they can enter the work order and we'll respond with the treatment method. We also do inspections at the school sites. So we inspect our kitchens on a monthly basis. And we use in-house staff for that. Our work order system is a little bit cumbersome in providing the level of detail that these inspections would typically entail. And so what this would be is an additional tool to our work order system. So our work order system is what we use to track labor, trends, hotspots, things like that. The reporting tool will allow us to provide better communication, to work better with the school sites. Right now we're working with kind of homegrown systems using just standard Microsoft Office products, Microsoft Word, and providing reports for the school sites. And it's a little bit cumbersome, and it doesn't give us any of the reporting capabilities. This will allow us to not only provide the report, but then assemble meaningful data and track trends.
And it'll also hold people accountable? Because you can check who's done, whether the work's been done or not done?
So some of the things that we see is integrated pest management requires an integrated approach. And so it's several different things other than just relying on the use of pesticides. So we want to look at other things besides pesticide use for the control of pest populations. So we look at how do we keep the critters out from inside of the buildings? How do we get rid of sources of food and water that they're coming into our buildings for? And this takes everybody's help. So we're working right now with school sites. As far as the accountability piece, it's more of a partnership. And this will help us as a communication tool to work with the principals and the site staff.
Mrs. Snell?
I just wanted to know who pulled these items?
NMFT.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Okay. Mrs.
Oops.
Flor? Oh, that was you. You were
I'm
doing-
sorry, I meant to turn it off, but I
You-
turned
you-
it back on
we're
again.
playing
Okay.
dueling buttons.
Getting a little
Dr. Dowd?
blurry-eyed, yeah.
So I think we all know that the rodent problem at Newport Harbor High School was a serious source of problem for us as a whole community. And I know that NMFT spoke to this quite a bit a year ago. Our understanding that part of that problem was exactly what was just said about being able to track everything and make sure that there was good communication. So basically, my question is, this is going to make things much more efficient and smoother and better. And that's just, it sounds like it's an easy answer. So I applaud this effort. I believe it's going to have a positive impact on everyone.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? 6-0.
Move 17A 16, approve agreement with 3 Hill Path, Inc. for integrated pest management, IPM record keeping.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Snell.
Good evening again.
But wait, there's more.
There it
Yeah.
is. So this is it's a relatively new program. It's only been on the market for a couple of years. The Healthy Schools Act was passed in the year 2000, and it required school districts to follow certain protocols when applying pesticides. And pesticides would include anything that's used to control pest, whether it's an insect or a rodent or a weed. And it's any time that we apply anything. So if, in the past, if we were spraying weeds, for example, we'd be required to notify registered parents 72 hours prior to, post notifications 24 hours prior to, leave those notifications in place for 72 hours, provide parents and staff the annual notification that they could register for individual pesticide applications. We'd have to keep our records for 4 years. The notification piece is very cumbersome for us. So our district has been very progressive in its use of non-toxic and less toxic pesticides, especially herbicides. In particular, Roundup has been fairly controversial. We have not used Roundup for several years, but we still use products, even botanical products that have EPA registration numbers still require the posting and the notification. Our previous process is a little bit archaic in that we would take all of our registered parents, and we have a lot of very informed and involved parents in our community, and we would mail postcards to them. And this is very time consuming for my staff to have to fill envelopes and mail packets to each of the registered parents and staff. And if anything would happen that would change the dates of the application, well, you have to mail everything out again. So if we had inclement weather, high winds, rain, something like that, then we'd have to resend all of those packets again. What this program does is it allows our staff to quickly and easily send notifications of pesticide applications. We're not changing any of our practices. We're still sticking with our least toxic methods first. But this also helps us with our integrated pest management plan, the registration, the voluntary registration of staff and parents and legal guardians to receive the notification. This also helps us with our annual reporting to the Department of Pesticide Regulations, as well as the monthly reporting to the Orange County Department of Agriculture.
Cool. Any discussion? Dr. Dowdy? The explanations are so nice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. 17B2.
Before you go on to that, I have a question.
Okay.
Or not a question, a comment.
Okay.
I'm a little confused as to how we're handling the consent calendar tonight. And I know consent calendar is for routine items that we go through, and we all have the opportunity to contact Dr. Navarro, who will then contact whoever, Lance, whoever can answer the question, to get back to us. So we don't have to spend, what would be if we went through every single item on the consent calendar, probably an 8-hour meeting. And then we also talking about more student achievement at our meetings. We spent over an hour now, and none of this has to do with student achievement. So I would hope that, and maybe I don't know. Could NMFT, if they have a question?
By NMFT.
Okay, but if they do have a question, they can contact Dr. Navarro or whoever and have their question answered prior to the meeting as well? Is that true?
Yes.
But, okay, so some were from outside, some were inside, but we all can have these answers given to us and explained for hours if we want before the meeting. I just think our meetings could become much, much longer, which we've been trying to reduce the time and spend more time on student achievement. So it's a little bit of a frustration.
Understandable. Yep. Okay. Approve the continuing agreement with Ellipsis Math, Valerie Henry, for consulting services for this school year.
Move approval of the continuing agreement with Ellipsis Math, Valerie Henry, EDD, for consulting services for 2019-20 school year.
Second?
Second. Okay, go.
Okay, it was moved by Mrs. Fleur, seconded by Mrs. Yelsey. This time I'll pick.
So we did respond to this question, but it was pulled, so I've asked John to be ready.
John?
Yes, I can provide some context to this. So this is work that we actually started last year. In our Moonlight series, we focused on math fluency, which really is one of the major, I guess, concepts that has changed in relation to our standards. Math fluency relates to students' efficiency, accuracy, and flexibility with numbers, both adding, subtracting, multiplying, dividing, and all of those relationships among those ways of adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing. Val Henry, just as a consultant, just to provide a little background for her, worked with us last year as well in our Moonlight series. She really, her life's work and her doctorate is all around the idea of math fluency. Her research is cited and used to inform the fluency and the intent of fluency in our math standards. And she, along with other partners at OCDE, actually put together the SBAC learning modules around math fluency for teachers that can be accessed through the Smarter Balanced website. So with all of that in mind, we did bring Val Henry and actually Jody Green, who partnered last year to do our Moonlight series. And one of the pieces that we found in all the teachers that attended is that the feedback we got from them, it was difficult for them to not have support implementing what they were learning. And so we're taking this opportunity this year to bring Val back, both in a way to work with TOSAs to build their capacity to support teachers, but also to help us systematize, back to kind of a focus of this year, how we're supporting teachers in their learning and then also applying their learning in the classroom. So Val will be working very closely with the Paularino staff on a regular basis, both with Wednesday meetings and support. She'll be doing in-class walkthroughs with the principal, consulting with the principal, as well as TOSAs, and Gabe Del Real will be with her to plan the support on Wednesdays, and also to review in-time data with teachers and provide them feedback to do that. So the idea being that if we start small like this and supporting within the work that teachers are doing, we can put together systems and supports to then scale it district-wide.
Thank you.
So the reason that I pulled this one was because I was asking for more information. So I agree. I want to spend more time on student achievement, and this one directly to me impacts that because the answer that I received was not as complete as that. I mean, I feel like to get a lot of that, that if she was a part of the Moonlighting series, that would have been great to have in the overview summary or in the email when I asked the question. But also we talked about first best instruction, and that being the classroom teachers. Bridges has numbers corners. We have CIG, we're paying for that. We have math fellows, we have our own math elementary TOSAs, and we have our own classroom teachers. So to have one, I mean, like, at what point, like, I feel like we have to streamline at some point, and if we're trying to do first best instruction to continually add new consultants in, it just seems like it would be a lot to manage.
So number one, she's not a new consultant. She was with us last year doing this work. First best instruction is absolutely still our focus. CGI and the components of CGI are addressing that idea of first best instruction, utilizing Bridges as a tool. The other thing we know, and if we go back to our commitments of adoption, one of the first commitments that we made as a district is that we know there is no curriculum that is perfect. And through our analysis of Bridges, we found that it did need fluency support. And so, as we do with all of our curricular areas, when we find those gaps, we fill them. This is our way of filling those. I will say that if we look at systems and research around instructional transformation, it is really important to have the experts in the room. Val Henry is the expert in fluency. Along with utilizing that expertise to build the capacity of our teachers. That's why our TOSAs will be alongside Val doing this so that we can get to that place where we've built the capacity of our staff to support district-wide.
I want to underscore again what John said is, remember the drivers that create successful transformation to raise the bar for all kids. One of those is capacity building. Not capacity building just for one person, but capacity building for all levels. So it falls along with what are the most effective strategies to raise the bar for all kids. And having her, and this is also a goal that the board gave us back in 2012. Make sure that our teachers get the staff development they need. That was a number one priority from the board in 2012. And so we're just following on with the best practices and how to increase the capacity of our folks. And you're right, it needs to increase the capacity not just of our teachers, but our TOSAs as well to manage this in the future.
Okay. Dr. Dowdy?
So this is a clarifying question. So my understanding from this description is that her services are more as a consultant for training services. And the question that was presented to me was this a supplementary program that was on top of the existing programs, or is the contract largely for her to assist with professional development? And it sounds to me like she's largely assisting in the professional development realm. It's not an additional curricula or supplementary program. Okay, thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Science camp. Irvine Ranch, High Trails, Three Oaks Outdoor Science School contracts. Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mrs. Snell, seconded by Mrs. Fleur.
I got a couple questions on this. And so just wanted to let you know that these do come in bunches sometimes. John handles these, but this issue of there was also another question about how our outdoor science camps being managed at each of the school sites. That is not this agenda item, so I recommend that we bring that at a different time to discuss the whole entire outdoor science program.
Okay. Are you guys okay with that? Okay. Dr. Dowdy?
I believe Dr. Navarro answered the question.
Perfect. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 0. Okay. D as in David, 4.
Move approval of independent contractor service agreement between the Newport Mesa Unified School District and California Technical Assistance Center on Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports, Inc., CalTAC, for 2019-2020 school year.
Second?
Second.
Oh, okay, Mrs. Bartow, I'll give it to you this time.
Yeah.
D, that's your explanation for that one?
Yeah, would you clarify why we're going with Caltech and not Orange County Department of Ed?
Sure. We have contracted with Caltech for a few years now. They have expertise really in the Tier 3 level, which is where we need support, and this is helping school sites develop individualized behavior systems for students, gen ed students, and also in the sustainability model. And they have been well received in terms of training and supporting staff, and they work alongside Angela Castellanos and Sarah Coley, our coordinators. And when I started in the district 5 years ago, there was a contract with Orange County Department of Ed that did some PBIS training, and unfortunately, the feedback we got was that it really wasn't meeting the needs of our staff. And So we still, utilize the county when we need to and look at all the resources they have. But the Caltech program, the training they provide, the support they provide is a much higher caliber at this time than what we got before. And it's significantly less expensive than what we were paying the county.
Okay, we're good. Dr. Dowdy?
So the questions that came to me were, first off, kudos to all of our excellent work done by our teachers and principals and administrators for doing amazing work in the majority of our schools for PBIS. And so the question was, with us having this expertise in-house, how does this consulting services help us to get the PBIS product to our other school sites to help get them to that level?
Well, we have PBIS at every single school site, and if you're looking at the expertise within our district, which is Sarah and Angela as the trainers, that's not the only thing they do in the district. So that's a lot of added responsibility to work with those school site teams. So I think it's building that. We want more and more school sites to move into that platinum level, that sustainability level, what they're being able to do. And I think as we move more schools into that, and we have fewer schools that are at a tier 1 or a tier 2, we look every year at how those resources are allocated. And it may be that next year we don't need that same level of support because we've moved more schools into that tier 3 sustainability, and Angela and Sarah are able to move their support up with those. So, you got to have the people who are kind of on that back end pushing the other groups forward. So it is something that, we look annually at all of our contracts to make sure, number one, that we still have the same needs at the same level. So we would ask your support moving forward.
Lori Smith?
Good evening, Lori Smith, retired teacher. I also asked for the PBIS to be pulled because it is so critical to our kids and to the environment they're in. And we're all concerned about social-emotional strength and safety. And so we have to be looking at that for the kids who are struggling and have behavioral problems and how their behaviors are impacting the other kids. And so they can be successful students and feel safe at school. So, I don't understand the scope of this, but I saw we had some great models and that were successful here in the district. And I know that we are financially concerned or stretched. So, is this money we need to spend? We can't use the models we have. And again, I don't know the scope of PBIS, but I've seen the postings on Irvine Unified, and it's extensive. It's system-wide, it's school district-wide. It's very comprehensive. So maybe we need to spend even more than this consultant. I mean, that's where I'm coming from right now. Is this enough? This is a foundation piece in the mental health of our kids, all our kids. The ones acting out or whatever their behaviors are and how they're impacting others. And those of us who are teachers here in the room, we know. I mean, that changes your day. One kid like that, and we all have one each year. And it just impacts you. They come in off the playground and you can't get the learning you want to get done. And you can't make the connections with all the kids the way you want to. So I think this is just really important. We have a deep discussion about it, and we really look at the funding, and we look at the data. Do we have it for our really successful campuses? What are they doing well? Is it a leadership thing? Is it the training of the staff? They have one person in charge of it, or they have a team of teachers in charge of it? Irvine, by the way, has a school-wide system, and they got apparently 100% recognition from like our handful of campuses. So, and then two, what are other resources? Orange County Department of Ed, NMFT, we have to look at all of it. So I just think that it has to have some depth here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mrs. Fleur?
Sarah, it would be really helpful if you described because you mentioned that this is really specifically for those Tier 3 kids, that we do a really good job with Tier 1 and Tier 2, and we've got those PBIS coaches at the schools, and we're doing everything. Can you just explain for the public especially what a Tier 3 kid is, and that's the support that you're really going for, is that upper triangle of kids?
So Tier 3 in the general education world are the students that Lori was just speaking about, the kids that need individual support plans and individual support to be able to access their education. And in terms of sustainability, what you want is, you don't want pockets of greatness within your school. You don't want some teachers doing one thing and other teachers doing another. So you're trying to build that consistency all the way through. But what happens is people do really well typically in the Tier 1. What are our school-wide rules? How are we gonna do this? But it becomes a little bit more complicated looking at what intervention systems you have in place at Tier 2 and at Tier 3. So it's also a piece of why we're going to be doing a lot of multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, work moving forward, because some of this may shift once we get other positions in place to provide that Tier 3 gen ed support. We may not need this support anymore. So as we're moving forward, we'll be able to shift as we need to.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're done with the consent calendar and the discussion action calendar. And now we did resolutions.
Community input.
We are at community input. Yay!
Okay.
And
This
in
is
the
an
order that I got them handed to me.
This is an opportunity for the public to address non-agenda topics within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Per Board Policy 9323, each individual speaker will have 3 minutes. Speakers may not cede unused minutes to other speakers, and there is a maximum of 20 minutes of comments per topic. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the amount of time allowed for public comments, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to speak. In compliance with board policy and the Ralph M. Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. When addressing the board, it is helpful if you state your name and address for the video record.
Okay, we have 13. So if you can talk fast, great. Pam Saunders.
I'm Pam Saunders, CSEA Chapter 18 President. President Matoye, Board, Dr. Navarro, and Cabinet and guests. I just wanted to thank Leona and the district negotiating team for all their hard work. They were very respectful and listened to everything we had to say and took it all into consideration before they brought us with any counter proposals. They were always prepared and ready to go. It was actually a very emotional last session when we accepted what the district offered. Thank you again to everyone and the board especially for understanding what classified employees' needs are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mindy Frazier? I thought I saw Mindy. Chuck Peterson?
Good evening. It's not easy coming here when you wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, so
No,
it's
it's
a
not.
late. So I'd second Pam, because in June I spoke to you about our benefits, our health insurance, and I'm glad and grateful that you guys came to agreement and you guys bore the cost of the insurance going up. That will go a long way. Why I'm here today is to talk about 6 hours guaranteed for all bus drivers. Why I'm saying this is because I think we're the only split shift workers in the school district. We come to school at 5 o'clock, we go home 4, 5 o'clock. That's a 10, 11-hour day. We can't get part-time jobs in between that shift because kids get out early. We do field trips. They get out, you know, different things. So that's why I think it's very important that we get a guaranteed 6 hours a day, 30 hours a week, so we can make a living. As it stands now, that every year we come in and we choose a route through seniority. This year, the routes are, a lot of routes are like 5 hours short a week. So that's 20 hours. And when you don't make, you know, $100,000, it's a tremendous amount. And other school districts guarantee 6 hours. I think all the school districts around here, only 2 don't give 6 hours or more, and that would be San Juan Capistrano and Newport Mesa. So I asked the union, I guess we can renegotiate starting January. That clock, I swear. But in January, they get to choose 2 items, and we asked them to bring that up because it's very important for us to have 6 hours a day guaranteed. It'll help us keep employees because right now we have a big turnover in the bus yard. We have people coming to get trained at our school to get their bus license. And they start with about 8 of them. And we're lucky to keep 1 because they basically use us for free training and then they move on to other schools that will guarantee more hours. So I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam President, yes, you outlined the right process to follow, so we'll look forward to that.
Dr. Dowdy. This one is on PBIS.
Go ahead and strike that one.
Okay,
Using the safety.
good.
Cuts it down. on
This was
a
now
little.
in,
Yes.
yes, okay.
So I'm wanting to speak to the board about some school safety issues, specifically at the Harper Assessment Center. And the start of this school year, there has been deep concern by the staff and by our union leadership about walkways and appropriate evenness of terrain. And we're concerned about how that could impact students with mobility issues. We're concerned about how it could impact our members as well. We're concerned about with the reconfiguration of the school facility because of Isaac moving in. The staff was no longer able to evacuate to the same area that they have in the past for a fire drill. The first day of school, the fire drill was pulled. The staff did not know where to go. There was not an administrator on campus that day to help them find the new place. There's some serious things that are low-hanging fruit that we need to deal with. I've started a process of taking some of our items that we've brought to management or to the board over the time and starting to look at school safety plans and just seeing what's there and what's not there. And when you open it up, the binder looks fabulous. It's got a great format. It's got a whole bunch of stuff in it. But then when you open to the page for what to do in the case of loss of water at a school that has lost water multiple times, and the plan says every classroom has a bucket, and a different school site says the district will bring in porta potties, that's a problem. Or if there's a school that has interior classrooms with no windows at all because of that school design, and the loss of electricity plan is blank, and a different school with the same setup says every classroom has a flashlight and a battery lantern, and security staff will come through and communicate to everybody, that's a problem. We can learn from where we've had difficulties. We can share these templates with each other. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. And I think that we've had enough issues in places where things have popped up that we've found good solutions. But we need those good solutions to show up in the safety plans throughout our schools so that when that emergency happens, you're not scrambling as a leader on that campus. You know what to do because we've already gone through that shared experience together and we've learned from it. So as we revise safety binders for this school year, let's think about where we've had some challenges because the water main broke, from the city coming into our plant. Or, there was an accident with the power line coming into the school. Things that are completely beyond our control happen annually. We kind of know what those things are. and we've learned from them. So if we can find ways to put those into our safety plans as we go through the revision process, I think it's going to make us a stronger district. Thank you for your investments in security fencing as well.
Thank you. Nicholas Dix.
Good evening.
Good evening, sorry.
I have going around to you a letter for the board members. So I first want to start by saying that, Mrs. Yelsey, we understand the concern about prolonging board meetings because we have to come here to get questions answered. But I could not disagree with you more about us being able to go to the superintendent to get our questions answered. And the proof of that is coming around to you right now. Yes. So the letter is addressed to Mrs. Metoyer, and the board members are CC'd on it. I'll also email a copy of it to you so that if you want to respond, you can. But it's really presumptuous to speak on behalf of the district when you have no idea of what our relationship is like with the district and why we have to come here to board meetings and why I have to give you letters directly indicating that the superintendent has refused to answer our request for information. But before we get to the letter, I want to talk a little bit about the role of the board. So there's this very old principle called respondeat superior, meaning that the employer is responsible for the acts of the employee. So we're here to implore you to direct Dr. Navarro to answer our response. I've given you a redacted copy of that, so you will not see the name of the person that we're asking about, nor will you see the school site, because that's not what's important. What's important is his refusal to comply with the law. So if anyone would like an unredacted copy, since these are public records, I'm happy to send you that as well so that you might be given more insight once you learn of the school site. So the other issue is that a word that we hear bandied about in this room quite often is transparency. So transparency does not include refusing to answer our questions. It does not include obstruction, stonewalling, hiding the ball. That is what's going on in our relationship with the superintendent when we ask for information. This kind of arrogance, we believe, is beneath the office of the superintendent, and it reflects poorly on the school board. So we urge you to take action and direct him to answer our request for relevant and necessary information. Thank you.
May I? Okay. Just because he doesn't like my response doesn't mean I haven't responded. So I have responded to all of the requests. I've worked with Ms. Olson on these. We've responded to the questions as appropriate, and evidently Mr. Dix doesn't like the response.
Thank you. Melissa Taravella. Okay, Chris Bennett. Whittier went home. Sandy Gordon.
Good evening, everybody, board members, president, and staff. I'm talking tonight as a 20-year employee of Newport Mesa Unified School District, a parent whose child attended Newport Mesa schools, a community member who resides in the district, a union member, and a former student myself of Newport Mesa. In all regards, I am very disappointed and upset with how Newport Mesa certified and classified employees, the union, and the community have been treated in recent years. There has not been a collaborative environment. Instead, there has been manipulation, a lack of transparency, and in fact, a lack of respect with how the district interacts with the employees and the community. My history makes me invested in this district. and I want to celebrate successes, not failures. The careful wording of Dr. Navarro's July 2nd memo regarding the calendar was manipulating and misled people to think that the calendar was already being implemented. Today, yet another email was sent out and left out crucial information that was part of the contract summary offered by the district. It's tiring reading on half-truths. The summary neglected to say that the administration wanted to delete Article 13.2 of our contract, the benefit funding. The district wants to delete this because they have not honored or followed the contract. If they had, the health fund would have excess money and to cover the increase in health care this year. Administration has continued to share information in a manner that makes them look fair and respectful. The truth is that they are disrespecting the process of bargaining by giving out false information, not telling the whole truth. This is unacceptable from leadership from the district. My request is asking the board that you ask district administration questions that seek out truthful, documented answers that are then shared with parties, shared with employees, the union, and the community with transparency.
Thank you.
We all need to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon Daniels?
Oops, okay. 2 years ago, a survey was given to our community regarding the collegiate calendar, where 65% of respondents rejected the proposed change. Despite this, a biased committee recommended starting school 2 weeks prior to Labor Day, and now the district is strong-arming teachers into voting for this change. This is not okay. You need to stop circulating the list of potential student benefits. It lists what some hope may happen. Even still, the hope only affects a small percentage of the total student population in our district and does not warrant the change. These so-called benefits are just talking points made up after the fact to push the district's agenda. If you continue to prioritize the wishes of district employees ahead of residents, we will hold you accountable. We have now learned that the district is using the teacher approval on this issue as a bargaining chip in order for teachers to obtain future workplace changes and compensation increases. It's bad enough that the wishes of district employees are adversely affecting our lives, but to use our tax dollars to strong-arm teachers into changing their no vote to a yes vote is unconscionable. The reasons given for the calendar change are flawed and insufficiently compelling to implement a collegiate calendar. If you continue to proceed in this manner, we will hold you accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Gladstone Lamas. Dennis Ashendorf. Jane Hartley.
Hi, I'm Jane Hartley. I'm a proud site rep, one of 9 at Costa Mesa Middle and High Schools, and I'm also the NMFC COPE chair. I would like to discuss 2 things. The first thing I'd like to discuss is the insulting offer that the district has put on the table with regard to negotiations. We had a large site rep meeting yesterday as people, not site rep, union meeting. We had the Costa Mesa Library packed. On several points, when Britt was explaining what's in the contract and what's going on in negotiations, specifically elementary school teachers gasped because they couldn't believe it. When the meeting was over, the overwhelming support was to reject this negotiation. Now, So you need to know that. If you don't know that, you need to come out to talk to us because we're not going there. The second thing I'd like to talk about is something that we can agree on, and that is the need to change the Orange County Board of Education, or Department of Education. There is a challenger to Ken Williams, who is the third vote for the Isaac Flood Charter School. His name is Andy Thorburn, and he is fabulous, and he is self-funding to the tune of $500,000. He's a former teacher. He went to jail for AFT in the 70s, went into business, made it big. He is pro-public schools. NMFT COPE has endorsed him. I know that other political organizations from teachers are endorsing him, but he was encouraged to run by the Anaheim superintendent. He needs the endorsements of every board of education in Orange County and every superintendent in Orange County. I only had 4 of his cards left. I think you have some of them. Please consider getting Andy Thorburn in here and endorsing him strongly, because I don't want to see you guys and your hard work overridden again so that we have more bad charter schools in our district. And since I have a second left, when my building was abated for asbestos, the rats and the cockroaches went away too. Haven't seen one since. So please abate.
Thank you. Thank you. Sandy Soldine. And while you're coming up, I just want to say that the board encourages the negotiations continuing. We absolutely support everyone getting back to the table as soon as we can and keep this discussion going. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Solden. I am a teacher at Costa Mesa High School, as well as a parent of 2 graduates from Costa Mesa High School and a current middle schooler there. I'm basically here and on the fly kind of talking about my disappointment and frustration with the 2020-21 calendar and their going forward. I understood that there was a possibility a while ago. We got a copy of that particular calendar, and as I looked at it, I noticed that one huge flaw in the calendar, because I'm not totally opposed to starting school early. I'm not totally opposed to it, but on this particular calendar that was brought to us, I'm absolutely adamantly opposed to it, because you are putting approximately 20 extra days in one semester over the next. And as a teacher who actually teaches a semester-long course, that changes my curriculum immensely. I also teach on a block schedule, which means you're talking about 10 days differences between the two, okay? Which will basically equate to about 3 weeks of my curricular time. So who suffers the most from that is our students. And one day that could be my own daughter who's gonna suffer from that. And there are other classes other than the government classes and econ classes that I teach that are semester-long classes that would be totally affected by this. And I know that we teach a lot of year-long classes, you know, but we're not talking about turning government into a year-long class. That's another discussion I'd love to have. But I just think that we should not adopt this at this time. We really need to look at a calendar that would be more equitable to our students and to our parents, because it's not fair to them to sit there and say, oh, well, I took my child had government the second semester, so sorry, they don't get to learn as much. And that affects our future, our voting citizens, and I just think that we are rushing this a little bit. I'm not quite sure why we're rushing it, but we could take more time. We're not there yet. We don't have air conditioning in all the schools yet, so I think that would be another thing that we could wait another year before we even consider moving to a before Labor Day timeframe. And so what I'm asking you today is to reconsider that, is to take a look at that calendar, and let's find one that works better for all of us. Thank you.
Okay. Board member reports.
Oh, you want mine?
I'm going to start. We're all busy. School started. It's wonderful. But I was selected by the California School Boards Association to be their female representative to the CIF, state CIF board. So that's cool. So I just wanted to let you guys know, and especially high school people, if you've got CIF questions, let me know. And at first, I thought I was just the Orange County rep. I didn't realize that I was like the state female rep. So I'm excited. I participated in Victory with Honor and had 4 boys participate in sports and a girl participate in sports. So
Yay.
I feel like I can at least talk intelligently, hopefully earlier. Okay, so we will go to Mrs. Flor. We'll just go right back down.
Do you want me to do the crop report, or?
You want to put it all together? I'm fine with that.
I'll do the crop report. You will be having an agreement, thanks to Dr. Navarro and the other 4 superintendents. We have reached an agreement. We have a bridge agreement this year for offering CTE, or career and technical education classes through CROP. There will be coming in the near future an amended JPA that will look at fee for service classes, about approximately $28,000 per class. The district will have the option of whether they want to have career specialists. If they do want to have that, then that's an additional cost, but it's fair and equitable across the board for all classes. I really want to thank Dr. Navarro for hanging in there and really providing some leadership on this, because we had 4 other superintendents that have differing opinions on what's important, and some districts were looking at just the dollars and not what's best for students. And so you'll be having that come to us, and Dr. Navarro will take the lead on explaining it, because it's fairly simple, but everybody is in agreement with it, so it'll be coming back to you, and we'll be able to increase or decrease the number of classes that we want, which means that we probably can increase the additional classes, which will be great for our students.
Cool. Mrs. Yelsey.
Yes, just quickly, at the CDM PTA meeting last week, one comment came through, and I think it's really appreciated by everybody at all the high schools, that our SROs this year are covering the schools 5 days a week. So there's when our SROs work 4 days a week, but on that off day, the third SRO is working. Parents receive that so well. Everyone is very pleased. I want to thank Dr. DiAgostino specifically for working with them to get that done. So thank you very much. And then I know this sounds like a downer, but I just wanted to mention it. Unfortunately, there have been like 5 untimely deaths of students that graduated from Corona Del Mar this summer for various reasons. I mean, they've been all kinds of things. Not all of them, a couple of them were 2 years ago. I just went to a funeral this week of a woman who graduated who was 31. And her situation was that she had a congenital heart issue from birth, has had operations along the way. 2 years ago, had a heart and liver transplant at UCLA, and passed away this past week. And I say that because after she went through this, I, with her mother, came and we talked to Dr. Baumeister about possibly making more people aware of organ donation. And if somehow that, I don't think we've done anything with it. I'm not sure I can defer to Dr. Baumeister, but if there's any way we can incorporate that through the health lesson plan or something, just to create an awareness, because I think it's a really important thing, so that kids are just aware. It's an easy thing to do when they go get their driver's license, to become an organ donor. So that's my comment.
I have a point of order question.
Okay.
With the resolutions, with them, like I wanted to only say no to the first one, 18A, not all 3. Particularly the suicide awareness one is near and dear to my heart. And so I'm concerned when we're clumping things together. So is there any way to separate that?
Just when we get ready to vote, if I haven't said the right words, just say, put your light on, or say, wait, can we vote on this one separately? And I will more than likely say, sure, and we'll roll call for all of them.
I almost said something, because I knew that she didn't. Well,
Wanted
because
for
I'm
all of them.
psychic. Yeah, no, I almost said, but then I thought, oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so at this point, is it too late, or is there?
Yeah.
It's too late now, but you've publicly let everyone know that you are definitely for the other ones, so
Well, I think
'Cause
when
we
we're
voted.
having resolutions that are so different, to lump them all together is a disservice anyways. I think it should be common practice that they are separated.
That doesn't bother
They
me
should be individual votes.
I'm okay with that. It would take a lot less time than all the things we did today with the consent calendar. So, can we do that, Mrs. Schneider? We don't want a we want a resolution consent calendar, but we're gonna vote individually.
But they are resolutions.
They're all resolutions.
They have to be resolutions.
Okay, they can be we'll work it out.
All resolutions have to be taken.
We'll figure it out so we can vote on them separately.
That would be wonderful.
Cool.
Thank you.
Okay.
Because I also, part of it too is Fund H is still on there, on the resolution, it's still listed. So, for one of the things too, I wanted to invite people to through the Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce. September is Hispanic Heritage Month, and so the chamber is having, they're honoring Costa Mesa Latino leaders at El Ranchito tomorrow night from 5 to 7. And then also, I was able to go to the Human Relations Task Force last week, and it was great. I was sat in on the policy team, and there were a lot of conversations about learning more from parents and our communication with PBIS. And so I'm really excited that there's a lot of movement on that and making sure it's equitable. And then this Thursday is the Community Alliance for anyone who's interested in what partnerships we have, and there's a ton that are connected to Newport Mesa that deal with mental health, and so a lot of those partners, including NAMI or the National Association for Mental Illness, are there. So that's Thursday, September 19th at 9 a.m. at the Best Center. So anyone in the community that is connected to an organization or wants to learn more can go to that. And I was able to attend several back-to-school nights. I still would love if they were staggered a little more because they are lumped almost the same days. And then for 17A19, Lance left, but thank you for developing a district-wide paint plan. So all of the schools would be the same color of nautical blues, hopefully, and the same paint is systematized because we have different shades. So I think that is huge.
Oh, and that caused us such a big problem a couple of years ago. You don't realize the history on that.
Well, right, but some of them are some are peeling, some are delightful. And that's gotta be based on paint quality. 17B2, I would love, again, I wanna request, when we're getting our agenda prep, if we have more time that actually has, I'm glad we're getting the numbers, how much money is allocated for each item, but several of these, we're still not getting enough information in a timely manner. So it would cut down on a lot of our questions if the summary is more robust on the agenda section. Like, I wouldn't have asked all those questions for B2 if all of that was included. So instead of constantly going back and forth, if those could initially just have more information, that would be really helpful. They're not routine items. A lot of them are not routine items. And then something else that I would like to request is a report on our English language learners. We have hired an English language coordinator. She's been there for a year. I understand there's a report that was given at some point internally. I would like to have that presented publicly so we can know what current initiatives are in place. I would like to hear more about plans about dual immersion. That's it.
Mrs. Bartow.
I'm going to mostly just give my legislative report in the interest of time.
Would you like to see your children before they graduate?
The legislature has been busy since they've been back in session. So some big ones that we've been following, AB 1505. It's very different than when it initially came through, but it did pass. The biggest thing is that it does underscore it sets the legal precedent basically for schools that are not delivering on what they said that they would do for their charter to be revoked in a expedited manner, whether it's fiscally or just curriculum wise. So that's an important point. And then let's see, the big one is the SB 328, the late start bill. That goes into effect July 2020, and it would require middle schools to start at 8 a.m., no earlier than 8 a.m., and high schools no earlier than 8:30. So something that we need to plan for. Another one I heard a lot about was the ethnic studies. That one did pass as well, and it's a 2-year bill, so it's up for renewal again. It will be heard again in 2020 to be renewed additional years, and that shows a 1-semester course in ethnic studies is a graduation requirement. The deadline for that to be submitted is December 2020, and then adopted by March 2021. The AB 428 that we had talked about for special education funding did pass, but the problem is it got held up in the Senate Appropriations Committee because they said, well, we already gave you all that money, so they have to go through and figure out what amount more they will give. And then there was a AB 272 which we have a policy in place for, but it's just giving boards the authority to adopt a smartphone policy. And then finally, AB 48, which is to add $9 billion to the budget for K through 12 facilities, and that was approved, and that's in enrolling. And anyways, they'll figure out how that's
That's the one
distributed.
that we get 33%, right?
Now we get
1 for 3, 1 for 3?
Yeah, no.
Based on a priority level.
They changed it to
They
50.
changed it ultimately in the final version of the bill, but.
1 to 1 now. Well, that's
Yeah,
good
it's
then.
still at 50%.
But we just
for
don't get
new
to be in the
construction,
line.
But they've added a whole bunch of new rules regarding
Priorities.
priority points and those sorts of things.
And that's
Sir, is there any way you could send that
Yes,
to
I'll
us?
type that up, yeah.
That would be great, because for
My
me.
processing isn't
Yes.
good right now.
Yeah, and then
No,
I can
and-
kind of look back and say,
And I
yeah.
intended to get it emailed to you all beforehand, but I'll email it to you.
Oh, that'd be
That was
great.
Plan A.
That would be great. Okay, I just have a couple things. By the way, the organ donor program, they like senior citizen organs as well. I know that, it's, they do.
Yes, they do.
I was
research.
No, I know. Well, I know that, I don't mean to laugh.
for your cremation, too.
But I thought, I was filling out my thing, and I thought, well, they don't probably want my organs, but they do. Especially your liver, they like that, but, yeah. Anyway, our organs are still good. Okay.
Speak for yourself, you're older than me.
It's not funny, okay. Also, there's been a lot going on, and we've all read the papers and the news about vaping, and these vaping deaths, and it's really frightening. And I was looking over the parent classes, and there isn't anything about that, but just something to think about. Maybe there's something we could do in assembly. It's just so pervasive right now and frightening, and so that's on my mind. Charlene and I forgot your name for a minute.
That's okay.
We went to the Costa Mesa Art Venture at the Segerstrom Concert Hall, and it was really great. And there was actually a couple teachers there that submitted work, some of our art teachers, Kirby.
Some of our students.
And our students, and it was really nice. We were invited by Mrs. Ashendorf, Charlene Ashendorf, and so if you didn't get to go this year, go next year. Maybe some of you went in the years past. It was the first year I had gone. So, and then just some reminders. I went to the Newport Mesa Schools Foundation.
good.
They're very busy planning their October 2nd, well, helping with our October 2nd Stay the Schools breakfast. And then if you're a planner like me, the awards banquet for the teachers is February 6th, and that's it.
Do you have a report on the youth sports meeting? Because I wasn't at this one.
No, I
Okay.
forgot you weren't there. I will, yes, I will look at that
Thank you.
and do it next
Before
time.
we adjourn, Dr. Navarro has something to say, but Mrs. Flor, you may say something before.
Okay,
Dr.
so there's this walking spree, and it's benefiting the Newport Mesa Schools Foundation. If you walk, if the district total walk is
bunch.
250,000 steps. The Newport Mesa School Foundation will receive a $5,000 grant. So we put it out to all the 7 board members, but Mrs. Matoye and I have decided that we're going to walk all 32 schools, 6,000 steps, which is, we're going to walk around all the schools.
Like
We're
the
gonna-
outside of the
Yeah, we're going to walk the neighborhood. And if you
Around
do
their schools.
32 schools, that's 192,000 steps each. Now, it would be, we multiplied 6,000 times 32, and you get,
We're still in negotiations for how many steps per day.
so
but I'm just
we are
saying.
inviting all of us
Anyone who wants to
to
join us.
join us in walking. It's probably about an hour worth of your time to walk. It will benefit your health. It will also show support for the Newport Mesa Schools Foundation, and we'll have fun doing it.
In theory.
I have the app on my phone.
Yes, you can have it's really easy. You go on, you get the walking spree, it'll count it. There's a special deal for Fitbits or Apple Watches, it'll all sync, and it reports it back to the district. So, just join us.
Okay, Dr.
We already walked that many miles.
Dr. Navarro.
Okay, for 2 things, I'm just about to send you my response to Mr. Dick's request, so you have a copy of it.
Okay.
That was given to him back in June. The other thing is, we heard several requests. I spoke to the board president about requests, so we'll be bringing those back for the board to discuss which requests the entire board would like us to go forward with, okay?
Okay, thank you. Move for adjournment.
So
Second.
moved. And please be aware that this is Suicide Prevention Month. Thank you.